It's Friday, October 4th, 2024, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Tonight, we are beginning a playthrough of this game right here on Circus Grounds. This is a cold case game, it looks like. In other words, we're investigating an old unsolved case set in the 1800s around a circus. It was kickstarted in 2022, I think delivered in 2023. It's rather deluxe looking, the pieces and the components. And in fact, this is the deluxe edition. And we're going to talk about what that means in a little bit. But you can still order this. You can buy this directly from the company, which is Studio Stamp or Stamp Studio. I think Studio Stamp, which is 3 people who made this game. I don't think they've made much other than this game currently. I'm sure they've got other things in the works, but it is quite well regarded. And you can pick it up now for about the same price that it kickstarted, which is somewhere around $50 to $70, depending on where you are and what version you get. This particular copy that we're playing was sent to me by a viewer, Dave, who, as I understand it, ordered it, got 2 by mistake, or ordered 2 by mistake, asked the company what he should do, if he should send it back or if he could send it to me, and decided to send it to me. I traded him a game for it. I forget what we traded away, but that was a year ago. We've been sort of waiting to play this for a while. It is sort of a more elaborate game. Now, you might ask, why are we playing it in Halloween, where we're doing this marathon of creepy, spooky games? I don't know much about the story. However, I do know, I've been advised it's sort of adult. I can see that it's got a maturity rating of age 15 and up. So it is going to be a little bit on the adult side, and I hope that will qualify. We do have a decision to make regarding the deluxe version of this. I'll talk about that. The other thing to mention is that it's listed as taking, I think, was it 2 to 4 hours? 2 to 4 hours. Now, normally on this stream, I multiply every time by 3 to guess how long it's going to take us to stream it with all of the things we do and the breaks we take. But the deluxe version adds some other stuff. It adds some story prologue, and it adds a small story puzzle epilogue that adds a couple other hours. So I suspect this will take us at least 2 streams, possibly 3. So we'll play tonight, we'll play tomorrow night, and if it takes us 3 streams, especially if the epilogue will take an additional stream or something, then we'll play the 3rd stream probably on Sunday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But at least Friday and Saturday. So what else should we talk about? Let me check in with the chat, which I should remember to do more earlier on in case something's gone wrong. Joseph Mayu says the new Guilty box was just released. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I need to order that. Do we have Guilty behind me on the wall? No. I'm a little concerned about Guilty Monaco because we played the first Guilty. What was it? What was the setting of the first Guilty? I can't remember. And we liked it a lot, but it was a little bit, it was hard and adult. And I understand that with Monaco, they're making it more family friendly and easier, which is not the direction I want them to take. And I understand it. But we will still play it. Okay. Last night, for 6 hours, we played a Deadbolt Mystery Society game called Creatures of the Night, which was really quite fun. Lots of good story. So we're trying to kick off this October marathon of spooky games, which has become a tradition on this channel, thanks to Jonathan Warner and some other encouragement. But I realized after that 6-hour stream, are we really going to just keep doing day after day of these big long streams? We need a little bit of a break. Jonathan and I have been working on a little schedule. Here's a little draft of it. So you can see Deadbolt Mystery Society we played last night. Now we're playing on Circus Grounds, which may take Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday at 1 p.m. we will be playing Dear Holmes, our normal sort of 1 hour play-by-mail session, the second letter of that. Then we've got a 1-day break for Monday, and then we're going to do Jasper Park, and then a little bit of a break, and then Time Stories Cavendish, which looks like a haunted house. And then we've got Sunday stream during the day, a fan case. Anyway, this is the proposed draft schedule. So you may want to subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed yet to get notified when I schedule a new video. This is all tentative. If you've got some suggestions for things to move around, there's a Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. You can join that. There's a thread where we plan out, and you can say, hey, I really want to join Root of All Evil, but I can't make it on this day. Is there any chance of moving it around? And there's just a few squeaky wheels. And you will know what they say. The squeaky wheels get the grease. So I do move things around if people ask and say this is a specific game I'm interested in. It's even possible that this Sunday we'll do something in addition to the Dear Holmes, although clearly I'm going to need a break in here. Probably this schedule won't survive completely intact. Probably I'll squeeze some more breaks in here somewhere, but this is what we got so far. And then on Halloween, we will stream something. Probably Never House, which is behind me here because I've heard very good things about it. And it's a little bit deluxe. We played the Witchery spell last Halloween, or thereabouts, by the same company, and it was a very deluxe experience. So maybe Never House will be similar. Okay, other bookkeeping. We are going to do a little taste test today at some point of 2 new sugar-free cream sodas. I have an A&W cream soda that I ordered on Amazon and a Dr. Pepper cream soda. That's more my more regular drink. I ordered about 6 months ago. They had this Dr. Pepper coconut, and I love coconut. Dr. Pepper coconut soda, but they didn't carry it around here, and I ordered it on Amazon, and after 6 months, they've just given up and said, you're not going to get it. So I'm kind of sad about that. But I do drink the diet sodas. Okay. Let's talk about on Circus Grounds, the deluxe version. As I understand it, the deluxe version of the game has an additional prologue, which is just story, and an additional epilogue, which has some puzzles. The epilogue we would obviously save and play at the end. This channel tends to be full of completionists who like to look under the hood and do all the stuff and read all the stuff. So it seems like the epilogue is going to be of interest to this group. But the real question is what to do about the prelude story. Let me see if I can bring up the Studio Stamp website so you can see what our dilemma is, what our question is. Okay, so there's the deluxe, which you can currently buy for $56. It has a reset pack. Obviously, there are things that get destroyed here. The final act, that's the epilogue. The thing to the left here is this prelude letters. Now, good. Let's click on it. Let's read what it says about these. So this is the little prelude that is only available in the Kickstarter. Now, my experience is with all the Kickstarter exclusive little bonus content, it's almost always terrible. Like, it's stuff that shouldn't be in the game and just slow things down, ruin the pacing. So it's almost always a bad idea to get all these Kickstarter exclusive like scenarios, extras. They're not play tested. They know they don't have to, they don't care. But regardless, as I said, this group is completionists. We like to go through all this, but here is the issue for us. Look at what it says for description. I don't read the details, but read this part. A good compliment to people that can't get enough of the world of the Circus Master, or as an appetizer for people who have yet to step into the game. So the issue for us is, it says somewhere that it's like 1 to 2 hours, something like that. Maybe on the Kickstarter page it says 5 letters. So let's say it's going to take us 2 hours to read these 5 letters. The question is, do we really want to read those first and spend the first 2 hours reading prelude story stuff? Or do we want to read it after we finish playing as sort of an optional thing for those who want more background story? And, movies are told out of time sequence. It's not, that doesn't bother me that we're reading something that happened before. Or should we read it like we tend to read the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective newspapers these days, which is to sort of grab one out and read one as we play, as a sort of interlude, little breaks when we get stuck somewhere. So I think that's for the channel to decide. And maybe I'll take a little vote here, whether you'd rather front load the beginning with a couple hours of story and letters that's going to put things in perspective, or do you want to do a little telling a story out of order by occasionally reading a little snack of a letter? I guess my inclination, especially since we've been getting into time travel stuff here on the channel, would be to sprinkle it through. Read a letter occasionally, but maybe that's too disjointed. So what does the channel think about that? While I'm waiting for answers, since there's a YouTube time delay, it's always hard to ask questions and get answers. Let me talk for a little while. You give your thoughts about that. YouTube says there are 18 concurrent viewers, 2 likes. I do appreciate when you give these videos a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. If you're really feeling like the channel adds something to your life, I'd love for you to join the Patreon and help pay for the games we play here and the equipment and all that. I have no relationship with any publisher, and I love it that way. I love that this is just you and I, and we play these games together, and there's no feeling of obligation to any company and no worry about upsetting any publisher by saying something negative about a game. There you have it. Okay, let's see. Melissa says, I say read them after, especially if it doesn't make a difference in figuring out the mystery. It definitely doesn't make a difference in figuring out the mystery. These are completely optional narrative story elements. Jonathan Warner says, I guess the only thing I'm worried about is, could the prologue, even if unintentionally, leak information about the mystery? Well, that's a good question. I don't think so. It's not like they released the prologue or whatever it's called after the mystery. They released it all at once in the box if you order the deluxe version. So I don't think it's going to spoil anything. All right, it looks like everyone agrees not to read it first, to not front load our narrative, but we've got people agreeing that sprinkling them in sounds fine, or reading them after sounds fine. Okay, I like that. That's good. That's what we're going to do then. Any other issues we should talk about before we start? Jonathan Warner was saying he just watched the Joker, the second movie in the Joker stuff, and it wasn't that good. And Megapolis, which wasn't that good, he said. That's unfortunate. I did recommend some of my favorite horror movies yesterday, including some recent ones, Strange Darling, A Late Night with the Devil, an old one I recommended, Rosemary's Baby, if you haven't seen it. A Spanish film, brutal Spanish film called Kidnapped, I recommended, and I couldn't remember, and I still can't remember the name of one of the movies I tend to recommend to people who want a different kind of horror film, which is the Spanish movie with rich people getting married and there's a revolution during it, and it's pretty brutal. Kurt says there's a Platform 2 sequel on Netflix. That's interesting too. The first Platform I've seen is a very strange movie. I recommend you check it out. If you want to watch something different, sort of indie, unusual horror movie, check out the Platform. Platform 2, I can't imagine could be good, but Jonathan Warner says, did you want to ask about the Kudo Place public speaking stuff? Yes, I did want to talk about that yesterday and with the taste test. Let me see here, but we do have a couple of new people today. Kurt, who's telling us about the Platform, and Domnall Mac. What? That's not a real name. That's someone's name to make it hard for people to pronounce. Just did a trade for sleuth publication of Queen's Park and Adventures by Gaslight. Happy for the trade. Well, Queen's Park and Adventures by Gaslight are the two big, long expansions for Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and we love them both. Jonathan and I played Queen's Park we played Adventures by Gaslight almost alone here on this channel a long time ago and loved it. And Queen's Park I love too. I love those long games. They're both very good. They're both very serious. They require your attention. The only thing, I've done reviews, both of those games, I did spoiler-free reviews, but more importantly, some suggestions of how I think you might get the most out of your playthroughs of them. And for Adventures by Gaslight, Jonathan Warner and I wrote a giant PDF patch fix for some of the game, including a new map and a new whole hint system and a whole new epilogue. So if you're interested in Adventures by Gaslight, go to Board Game Geek and check out that little patch kit that we posted about it. Okay. Logan recommends Green Room and Rec. And I've never felt more tense in a movie outside of Sorcerer or the original Wages of Death. Well, Green Room is good, very good. I forget the director of Green Room is the director of Green Room, which is a good movie, definitely recommended, is the director of Blue Ruin, I believe, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. A very indie movie, highly recommended. And of course, Sorcerer and Wages of Death, the original and the remake. The remake is with Roy Scheider and a bunch of other people, is amazing. And Wages of Death is amazing. And they are very tense movies. And you should watch some of the filming, some of the behind the scenes of when they filmed those. Because those movies were made in the old days where they're like, someone might die while we're filming this. That's the way it goes. It's for the art. Those directors weren't messing around. I forget who directed Sorcerer and Wages of Fear, but they did not mess around. And you were taking your life in your hands when you filmed those movies. But they're pretty cool movies. They're like real genre movies in a very specific kind of movie that tends not to get made much these days. Friedkin. Oh yeah, Friedkin's one of the best. Okay. Here we go. On Circus Grounds. Let's open it up and take a look at what's in the box. You're going to be impressed. Okay. We need to read anything here. It says, okay, puzzles. So puzzles won't be super hard, but heavy on the story, heavy on detective. 15 and up. Similar to an escape room. It can only be played once. You only need the internet for hints or answers, and things will get destroyed, but this version comes with a refill kit. All right, so you can see this is not your standard cold case game with just some loose documents. We've got the refill kit. I think you would get that even if you didn't get the deluxe version, but this is going to be, I think, deluxe version only. This is the final act epilogue. That will be deluxe version only. Don't open it till you're finished. I don't know if these are, no, these aren't copies. So both of these are extra stuff that you got in the deluxe version. Here we've got instructions, and then we've got just a whole bunch of other stuff, lots of handwritten stuff, photos that feel real, some actual items. So lots of stuff in here. A big map. So I guess we're going to start with the instructions and see if it gives us some guidance about what order. We won't need the refill kit. All right. I'm a little concerned with all those rolled up scrolls that have been rolled up for 2 years. Like, are they going to be all curled up and hard to do? But let's see what we've got here. Oops. Civilian Service, Meister, 1883, Dossier 43, Package Unknown Source. Oh, here's our start here. Okay. Dear Sir, Madam, according to our files, you have indicated you would be interested in helping to investigate unsolved criminal cases. It is for this reason we reach out to you with the following. Recently, the Civilian Service started a project to determine and rectify any historical injustices. In the past, many judicial errors have been made as a result of certain prejudices and stigmas. In order to cleanse our national conscience, we're trying to retroactively provide any wrongfully convicted minorities with the justice they would have otherwise deserved. In this context, with this letter, we have enclosed a murder case from the archive in Dalfson, stemming from the year 1883 to 1884. The package was compiled by an unknown source, but has been declared as reliable and authentic by our team of experts. Before you start the investigation, we request that you verify all the items are present in this dossier by using the attached list. It is now your task to go through this case once again. To what extent has there been a miscarriage of justice? Can you answer the following questions? Who murdered Nicholas Meister? What was their motive? What object was used to commit the murder? If applicable, how did the culprit gain access to it? Be sure to keep these questions in mind during the investigation so that you can process all the information efficiently. Not every case leads to a definitive evidence. If you have a theory of which you are reasonably certain, we request you share your findings with us through our website, There you will have to answer a few questions before you submit your discoveries. If you are looking for a place to start your investigation, we suggest reading the newspaper article and witness statements first. We will do that. Finally, we would like to ask you to keep the materials more or less intact in case you want to send the case on to others. We wish you good luck in your investigation. Okay, I think this may have originally been written in not in English. I know it's available in Belgium, maybe Norway. I'm not sure, but I don't think it was originally written in English, but I'm not positive. Yes, during their investigations, the team at the civilian service often makes use of the following steps. In case you require any points of reference, we suggest you follow these steps as well. Write down the main question or questions of the investigation. Keep them on hand. How does the information you've gathered fit into these questions? Try to form a timeline. Can you manage to put events in chronological order? Organize the information, creating a separate collection per suspect. When you're unsure of what something means or implies, you can always refer to the internet. Okay, we're allowed to search the internet if we need to. If you're working on this case with 4 or more people, it can be useful to create different tasks. If you need clues, there is a hint system. Okay, and here are the materials. We tend not to go through this. Maybe we're going to get bit by that at one point, but we tend to keep it a surprise, but maybe we'll try to make an effort at checking this at some point if we get stuck or at the end. Okay, so there's our intro letter, and it just suggested that we start by reading the newspaper and the witness statement. So that's what we'll do here. It looks like we've got a newspaper clipping, small newspaper clipping, and then I see a bunch of statements mixed in with other stuff. All right, I guess we're not going to worry about the order of items in this box. There's a lot of witness statements, though. Sometimes we try to organize stuff before we read it, but well, let's start with newspaper. This is a lot of witness statements to go through, though. I'm not sure we'll do all of these all at once. But you can see this is one of these games where a lot of work went into producing these documents. This is not you're using a font on the computer. This is all real handwritten stuff here. Okay, what have we got here? Dalfson, the illustrious circus maester, every Tuesday of August, 12 noon. Daredevils and dashing beauties. Nicholas Maester invites you all to a spectacle of which you have never seen. Witness the most wondrous performers in the world. The equestrian arts of Squire, Bring Kemper and his trained horses, the mysterious Madame Outre foretells what your future has in store. Be amazed at the feats of strength of our strong man, Alyard Verstein. Above all, the famed Giuseppe Cagliari, who enters the ring amidst the hungry lions. Brutus and Caesar will leave you aghast. On the fields near Dalfin, come one, come all. And then we've got an article, Tragedy at the Circus. In Dalfson, Wednesday, 15 August 1883. Yesterday, around noon, the visitors at Circus Maester gathered round the ring, expecting to witness the wondrous spectacles that were about to be performed, not least of which being famed lion handler Giuseppe Cagliari, whose daring and skillful exploits during the grand opening of the event were only marred by his stained boots. Though even more gruesome was the tragedy that unfolded before the audience when the director became unwell during his opening speech, and after letting out several harrowing cries, collapsed into a motionless heap. There was much dismay among the crowd, as well as the circus performers themselves. The authorities were soon notified of the incident and the scene thoroughly evacuated. Since Detective Donker was unable to rule out malicious premeditation, an investigation has been started to interrogate suspects. More news on this case will follow as it develops. Okay, so we've got the start of our timeline, which maybe we'll start keeping track of here. Alright, let's try to take this game seriously. Wednesday, 15 August, 1883. Yesterday around noon, the circus started, and then they started, so after 12 is the death. Okay. What else do we have? $3, you can get sent by mail 4 quarts of whiskey. John Logan says, Jesse, check on the ambient music level. Okay, what was it? Too loud or too quiet? I added some new sound effects, but I did not check them. I should have checked them. I should have checked the volume. Was it too low or too high? A bit too loud. Okay, I apologize for that. I will fix that during the break. I won't use them. Too loud, says D. Okay, I apologize. All right. 4 quarts of whiskey. Every Tuesday at noon it starts. All right. Let's see what we've got. So it suggested start with some witness statements. So 1883, 1883, 1883, 1883. These are all witness statements from the event. Well, that's a lot of witness statements. Let me just see. Okay, well, it looks like the witness statements might be the bulk of the material. Let me just look at a couple things here first. This is jumping out. So here looks like a little flyer for the circus. Circus Meester, unparalleled performances never before seen in the Netherlands. Okay, that may be the origin of this case, written by people in the Netherlands. With the ferocious wild lions of the Italian Giuseppe Cagliari. The legendary Daniel in the flesh, surrounded by lions. Watch as he tempts fate with these giant beasts and laughs at your fright. The most wondrous show on earth, featuring the comical capers of Ari the dwarf clown, a liberated slave from the Suriname, and the most exotic dances by Elizabeth Meester. Oh, look at this drawing. That's so good. We've got some notes here that we'll have to figure out at some point. We'll come back to that. All right, let's read some of these witness statements. They're numbered. So we could go through them in order. 353, 359, 360, 63, 64. I'm not sure that we looks. I guess that means maybe there's some we don't have access to. All right. Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to put up with me reading the cursive, struggling through it. You let me know if you see me read something wrong. Okay, so here's Giuseppe Cagliari, the Italian lion tamer. Age 32, he's a lion tamer from Sicily, no permanent residence. He's 1.78 meters, dark brown hair, brown eyes, a sharp nose, brown teeth, mustachioed. He seems healthy. His complexion, his speech was accented, and he's Catholic. And the detective here is Detective Ken Donker. Nothing on the back. Yeah, I think these are all collected on the day or day after. Okay. He says, Nicholas was my boss and my role model. I wish to become like him, like he, Forte. A man with power. I always was looking up to him whenever he announced me. He met a tragic fate. What will now become of Circus Maester? The circus is full of bandits. Consider Ari, son of the boss. He will now be the new director after his father. Always had shifty eyes, that one. And they were arguing, always arguing. Ari stole from his papa. That was what the arguing was all about. Think, agent, and listen to me. The night before the murder, I see dark man with frizzy hair skulking about. Consider Julius, the servant who was cleaning the cages, and he was discharged yesterday morning by Nicholas. Now I must find another to clean the cages. He should have killed him. The uncouth man. The only person I trust above all else is Elizabetha. She was trapped and had been all week, but I released her after the death of the director. Yesterday morning, I was with the something very early. This must be calm before the show. I was there early, just before Otto, or just before something. I was with the what? What was he with? Lions. I was with the Lions. I was with the Lions very early. They must be calm before the show. I was there early, just before... Is this a time he's giving us? Just before... I was there early, just before. It's either a person or a time he's giving us. All right, we got a little bit of timeline. I don't know what that word is. We might want to try to catch that. Okay, here is Adrian Meister, alias Airy. This was the son of our guy who got killed. The dwarf clown. Is this the dwarf clown or just... No, I don't know where I got that. He was the dwarf clown. This is the son. Okay. My father was a cranky sort, which is a commonly known fact. He never had any enemies. He did not believe in any such thing. In business, there are no friends or enemies, only competitors and profiteers. That was his creed, as it were. Nevertheless, few people would appreciate him. During his final days, he was quite angry. I do not have the complete picture, but he was feuding with my little sister Elizabeth, that untamable shrew. They had a row about something or another, and he locked her in her wagon. Last week, on Sunday, I think. Nicholas was also quarreling with Julius Bilt, I believe. He was the stable boy who was discharged during the address of yesterday. By the way, I would not at all be surprised if you managed to find any incriminating evidence against him. His kind is never to be trusted. And Giuseppe, have you gotten around to him yet? That Italian, he had his issues with Nicholas as well, fancying himself as a king with his big cats. What's more, I saw a man with a big mustache shuffling across the circus grounds on the night before the murder. Regarding these so-called tensions between me and Nicholas, hardly noteworthy. I owed him some money, simply a minor quibble between a father and a son. And it goes without saying I was already in the process of repaying him. Why, I was spreading pamphlets in Dafson to promote our circus only yesterday morning at 8 o'clock. We were not enemies. He did not believe in any such thing. And I would be a preposterous lunatic had I ended my father's life over such a trivial matter. Okay, he's 26 years old. He is the clown, the dwarf clown, no permanent resident. There's his height, 1.23 meters. So maybe a little under 4 foot. No beard. He's a dwarf. Otto is 8 in Italian. Okay, good catch. No notes on the back. Okay, next we have Elizabeth, the daughter who got locked away. Let's see, she's 24 years old. She's one of the dancers, 1.65 meters. Round forehead, dark brown hair and eyes. She's got what kind of a mouth? Round face, slender physique. What's with her mouth? It's ever so dreadful. Nicholas was unbearably strict, but he was my father. He took it upon himself to raise us after our mother's passing. He wanted to protect us at all costs, to keep us close to him. He had a habit of overdoing it sometimes, but such was his love. Nicholas loved us. Nay, I would never be able to do to him harm. Most of our performers were loyal to him as well, and would gladly have gone through fire and water for him with nary a second thought. The tensions between me and my father had been mounting for some time. I could not stand his lust for control. During our last argument on Sunday last week, he decided to lock me inside of my wagon until I would learn some manners. I was there until Giuseppe Cagliari released me yesterday after the incident. I do not know how long I would have remained imprisoned had he not been there. He was a strict man, as I've said, but he was my father. The tragedy that befell him, I simply cannot fathom it. Okay? Seems relatively believable. All right, here's Maria, alias Madame Loutre, or you can correct me on their name. She's 43 years old. She's the fortune teller. Okay. She's got a normal nose, healthy complexion. Something about her physique, unknown religious, wearing robes. Okay. I pray you do not be mistaken as to my profession. I do not possess the supernatural ability to assist you in unraveling this case. It is merely in my best interest to uphold the reputation I have with my clients. I advise the performers and visitors and offer them insight into themselves. But allow me to acquaint you with the facts that are presently available to all involved. The morning of yesterday, all performers were gathered at the heart of our circus, attending the address by our director. Every day the grounds are opened. Nicholas gives us his speech at 8:30 sharp, and all the performers answered his call early that day, gathering round the main tent around 8. That is, all except for 5 persons. The 5 individuals who all have their wagon on their own separate field. I refer to the late Nicholas, Maester's offspring, the famed lion trainer, and the latter's servant. In the time leading up to the address, I exchanged words with our director about the tea. I had provided him with tea, which at the moment was still steeping, and he had yet to consume. It must have something during which one, let's see, it must have been this window during which one of the 4 suspects took the opportunity to put something in the tea. But who? Daughter, son, trainer, servant? I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Donker. Okay, so she prepared some tea for him. It was steeping, and she thinks someone poisoned it during that time. And what's happening here? Physique. Looks like it's dragging in here. Carbetever. That's about. Okay, but she says she was preparing him tea, and there were 5 people who weren't there. 5 individuals. Nicholas, the late Nicholas, the director, the offspring, meaning the 2 brother and sister, the lion tamer, and the servant. So the guy who died, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Marco says idem means the same. In this case, refers to the same as the previous item, so normal. Okay, now we're talking to Simon. Simon Broger, 51 years old, the doctor, born in Dalston. So this is a local doctor of the town. He's got a high forehead, green eyes, pale complexion, a distinguished speech, and he's Protestant. Something on the back here, statement. Continuing here? No, it's got to start here. The final time I saw Nicholas Meester was during the twilight hours of Wednesday, the 8th of August. The medicine was safely handed to him. However, considering the end result, I suppose safely might not be the right word. I do not feel guilty. I distributed a medicinal liquid to a competent person of status, and only to him, so that he could utilize it as he intended. I would never have displayed the same amount of trust to any of his subordinates. Nevertheless, to my regret, I must admit to have erred. I had written down for Nicholas certain comments regarding the angel maker and the instructions for its use, which I neglected to deliver to him. The note sent a whole day lying on my desk, from which it was lifted on August 9th. As fate would have it, on that day, all the performers of the circus came round for a physical examination. All of the circus's colorful characters visited my practice that day, from the colossal strongman to Nicholas's wee son. The latter is the swindler who reeks so pungently of spirits that even this pamphlet, which I acquired yesterday, could be used to subdue a cow. The latter is the swindler who reeks so pungently that even this pamphlet, which I acquired yesterday, could be used to subdue a cow. Okay, so the son was giving out pamphlets, and he's saying the pamphlet has still got the liquor smell on it. Each of these performers had an equal chance to see the recipe and draw from it certain mean-spirited conclusions, even to concoct heinous plans. However, I cannot think of any reason why anyone in their merry band would bear ill will against the circus director. Nonetheless, there is a slave amongst them, bought and freed, or so they say. Certainly, someone like that is bound to harbor an eternal hatred against authority. It would not at all surprise me if the slave took his revenge upon Maester. What the late circus director had planned for the angel maker, I would rather not disclose. Suffice it to say that taking himself was not exactly his plan. And of course, I wish to extend my deepest sympathy to Sir Maester's next of kin. So the angel maker, this is going to be some drug that could be used to kill someone, maybe, and the doctor has prescribed it to him, forgot to give him the notes on how to use it, but maybe he was going to use it to kill one of the animals or something, but he's not willing to say, the doctor. But he says other people could have seen this and the recipe for how to use it or something and decided to steal it and use it to kill someone. Okay. Is someone taking notes of specific events that can be cross-checked? We will need a timeline chart to place everyone. Yes, I'm just reading these now, but we will go through them again and make our timeline notes. We will have to, I'll take all the help I can get, but yes, we are going to have to go through these again after we read them to get more detail and build a little timeline and alibi stuff. Okay, Julius Bilt, he's the stable boy. Born in Suriname. He's got frizzy black hair. Remember, a witness said he saw someone with black frizzy hair skulking about. No beard, black complexion, accented speech. I have never viewed Nicholas Maester as an enemy. He was the one who hired me to work at this circus. Why would I wish him dead? Do not look at me, for God's sake. I was stable boy to Giuseppe, that beloved lion tamer. I have no knowledge of what occupied Nicholas during his final days. He argued much with Airy, his son. On Monday morning, I could vaguely see a figure stumbling past the wagons, a person of small stature. Could not see very well, of course, but you know to whom I refer. Suspicious, if you ask me. Some shady dealings were going on by the hollow tree trunk. I do not know who was running them. I only know that one could get anything they wanted there as long as one was patient enough. The past few days I did not see Elizabeth, that is Nicholas's daughter, on the field very much. He was quarreling with her also. Makes one wonder about the effects of that calming tea he had every morning. My being discharged has nothing to do with his death. His reasons for dismissing me are irrelevant. This I swear to you. He was angry with me, but with almost everyone. But I not with him. There were no other issues to speak of. Yesterday morning, well, I was at the pond between 7:30 and 8:30. Washing Cagliari's boots and clothing before the show. I rushed to that morning's address only to hear how I would be discharged. Okay. All right, so those are our main witness statements. Lots of timeline information, as Logan was pointing out, that we're going to have to go through. But they're all casting blame on each other. Elizabeth was locked up. Most of them have given us notes about where they were. So there was an early morning address, and then he was drinking the tea. The fortune teller thinks he was poisoned during that tea drinking window, but then he actually doesn't die until in the middle of the actual show that opened at noon. All right, well, that's our little introduction. Before we jump into more components and make our timeline, let's take our first break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. It's been a while since we used our digital notes, but I did start a little document for us here so we can keep track. There are our people of interest, as well as these are all people we've seen witness statements from, and then we can start to fill out our timeline. And we'll do that in a bit. But let's go back and look through some of our evidence here. Remember, this isn't supposed to be a particularly hard case. So depending on the how difficult we expect these cases to be, we put more effort into tracking stuff. But we obviously do have to go through these documents again and try to get alibi and timeline information. But I'm curious to go through some more of the documents here in the box before we do. So we've got, let's see. These are our last two big things. It looks like we've got a calendar. Here's 14 of August, 1883. I'm a little confused about this. This says it's 14 of August. But I thought did I misread? In Dolphin, Wednesday, 15 of August. Oh, yesterday around noon. Okay, so already mistakes are being made. He actually died August 14. We'll just call him the victim and the director. Okay, what's his first name? Nicholas. Okay. 14th. Today is Wednesday, and then yesterday around noon. So it's actually Tuesday, the 14th. Let me just make sure we get that day of the week right. Newspaper article on Wednesday, the 15th, but the death happened Tuesday. Okay, good. Now, looks like we have a calendar here. Kotex Sanitary Products, BV, now available at your local pharmacy. A new breakthrough in women's hygiene. All right, let's see. Is this our traditional thing where we're going to find some pregnancy thing or something? Let's see. So, August 14th, Tuesday. There's our date of the death. And what have we got going on here? This is going to be her period each month. And you can see, sure enough, she didn't have her period. She's gotten herself pregnant. Probably that's what the fight was about. Possibly. Here's instructions for Valentine's envelope. Fold your own envelope with a personal message for your Valentine. It becomes a romantic expression of your love, or use it as a convenient holder for your needle and thread. Use a square sheet of paper. Follow these instructions. Okay, so it's an instruction how to make this little origami letter and envelope with a square piece of paper. Not for this, but for somewhere else. Okay, now what's this document? So this is on the date of the murder at the Central Police Station, case number 3039, Addendum 1. Regarding the case, the death of Nicholas Meister. Summoned to Dalfsen on the 14th of August, 1883, where Nicholas Meister, director of Circus Meister, collapsed before the eyes of his audience, exhibited muscle spasms, lost consciousness shortly thereafter. In mere moments, a doctor who was present in the audience pronounced him dead at 12:45. The body in question soon began to emit an odor due to the victim defecating in his death throes. Regarding this, there have been multiple reports of the victim smelling of garlic both before and after his passing. All right, so we've got a little bit of timeline information and some details of the death that might give us a clue about the poison, although it sounds like maybe we already know what the poison is going to be, this official stuff that the doctor gave him. But let's update our timeline here. So we're going to say pronounced dead 12:45. Oh, that's 12:45 p.m. All right. Okay, little details, clearly poisoning. All right, let's move on here. What is this? Verdict. Third chamber of the District Court of Zwolle, dealing in matters of correctional police, have seen the police report from the Commissioner of the Police of the third section of the city. Created on the 23rd of December, 1883, so several months later, in accucation of and the summons on behalf of the district attorney on the 28th of December, 1883, following directed at Julius Bilt. I'm momentarily detained. So this is the stable boy. Having taken into account the order of the council chamber of this court, where the defendant was referred to the correctional hearing, having heard the accusation of the officer against the aforementioned defendant, reportedly named Julius Bilt, aged 25 years, born in somewhere, having heard the oral arguments, the oral statements from the witnesses summoned as requested by the aforementioned officer, because of the discovered evidence, murder weapon in caravan of defendant, having heard the indictment from the officer stating that the defendant shall be found guilty of murder and as a result shall be sentenced to imprisonment for the duration of life, executable by compulsion, with the charge that he, after having undergone punishment, shall be transferred to a poorhouse. Okay, so Julius Bilt has been convicted in December, so August, September, October, November, 4 months later, he's convicted. They found the murder weapon in his caravan, and they sentenced him to life. Okay, let's go through some of these. Let's see if we've got any pictures of our people. Sort of curious to see if we can put a face to some of these people. Got some tarot cards, maybe by the fortune teller. All right, I can see we are going to see pictures of our cast of characters here. Okay, so here's going to be our victim. Let's get a nice close-up photo of these people so we can know who we're dealing with here. This is going to be Shirley Nicholas. Born 13 December 1832. Knowledge and expertise make the man. Formal and helpful. Calm gaze. Smokes from a large pipe. KD. Or this could be the doctor. This is going to be the doctor, right? Born 15 February 1820. Life is an edifice. Build it. Born in poverty. Inherited money from his wife's parents. Stern man. One of these is the doctor. And one of these is going to be our victim. Guessing. Okay, let's look at here's the lion tamer. These are on the heavy stock. These are like photographs. So here's Giuseppe Cagliari and his lions. Only the heart cannot be tamed. Always in foreground, true artist. Slight lisp, largest of the 5 wagons. Okay, he's got a slight lisp. He's in the largest of the 5 wagons. And this is Dorfman, our detective, notes. And a little quote from them. Here is the son, the dwarf clown, Ari. And there we know he's a drinker. He's always got his liquor nearby. Born 9 September 1856. I'm an unhappy little accident. Smokes and drinks, little emotion. Feeling of guilt, what does he know? He's got a little bit of guilt, or maybe he's just assuming he's drinks. This is going to be our fortune teller woman, I guess. Born 6 March 1840. Smells of incense. Striking appearance. Difficult to fathom, but sounds sincere. Here's our fetching daughter, Elizabeth. Born 9 February 1859. Beauty endures. In tears, capricious, wishes to leave as soon as possible. And here's the stable boy who was convicted, Julius Bilt. Born 22 November 1858. When fire fights fire, everything burns. He's not at ease, hesitant in his answers, distracted and absent-minded. Can we determine who is who here? Do we know the, let's find our doctor in our witness statement here. Simon Broger. Simon Broger is 51 years old. So 1883 makes it 1832. He would be born. So here is our doctor. Okay, so this one is our doctor who prescribed him the angel maker. Knowledge and expertise make the man. Formal and helpful, calm gaze, smokes from a large pipe. Okay, now this must be our victim then. Nicholas Meister. Life is an edifice, build it. Born in poverty, inherited money from his wife's parents. Wife died, don't forget. Okay, nice to have photographs of all of our people. So 6 people and victim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people and victim. Okay. All right, let's just go through these larger documents, then we'll start unraveling some of the others. July 1883, 2 weeks before murder. My most radiant beauty, I love you too. I share in your wish. Let us now commence our game of love. Allow me to warm you with this scarf until the time comes. Okay, not signed. We don't know who it's to or from, but someone is having a little love affair here. 27 July. How does that match up with our pregnancy? June, July. Okay, so if he's saying, let us now commence our game of love, does that match this timeline? I suppose if they're had an affair a month earlier, 2 months earlier, really. Did they start sleeping together 2 months ago and then this happened, or is this a different person? Okay, but we do have handwriting if we could track this down to handwriting. Now, these notes on the witness statements are our detective notes, which is clear because they're all in the same handwriting. So we don't have handwriting from our suspect yet. What is this document? (1883), starting in 31st of July. Oh, that's all for the 31st of July. And it looks like these are pay records for our people. Salary of Giuseppe Cagliari, the lion tamer. In or out? Out. What does it say? So for Giuseppe, it looks like he was paid 20 whatever pounds or whatever. Hair wax reimbursed. I see. Hair wax was reimbursed and moved to Parmersad. This is Julius. Salary of Eric the horse rider. Sorry, not Julius. Eric the horse rider. Moved. Okay, they paid him, he left. Maria, the fortune teller, she got her 18 pounds or whatever these Belgian things. Okay, so these are just various people. So now we see there are lots more people working at the circus than our main persons of interest. There's our stable guy, Julius. What does it say about him? Garlic as repellent for the lions, reimbursed. Okay, so that was the smelling of garlic is used for lions. Remember, our victim had the smell of garlic. Maybe that means that the lion tamer or the stable boy for the lion tamer had something to do with the body, or he ate the garlic. I don't know. Toad venom for miracle cream. Outstanding debt, 534. Wow, that's going to be the son. Yeah, so you remember that we're told that the son, Adrian, owed lots of money. I can see he sure did, 534 pounds, but he's still taking more money out. And then this person here, Nicholas, I guess. Maester, Nick, is that saying Nicholas? Toad venom for the miracle cream. We don't know what that's all about. And we've got various people getting paid. And then we've got some notes here down at the bottom for August. In fact, here's day before our murder. What does this say? Let's study these last three items that are happening in August, right near the murder. 8th of August, preparation. 9th of August, physical examination, entire circus. That's what the doctor told us. 13th of August, day before the murder. Repayment of debt by Adrian. The repayment of debt still to be repaid by him, 529. Okay, so he paid £5 or whatever whatever this currency is. He paid 5, he still owes 529. All right, no big deal here. But here, physical examination, it says deduct from everyone's salary. So everyone has to pay for their own examination. The whole circus got examined. And Elizabeth is getting deducted £2. I'm going to say they're pounds for a preparation. Is that preparation and abortion? And is that what the angel maker was? Was the angel maker poison meant to be used as an abortive? That's very tempting. Chat says the currency is probably florins. Okay, I will start using the term florins. All right. Let's see what else we've got here. Here is another police report, 15th of August. So 2 days, a day after the murder. Death of Nicholas Maester. During further investigation of Mr. Maester's residential wagon, a cup was found standing on a table containing traces of tea and an unknown substance. Because the lock to the wagon was recently broken, an individual would have been able to tamper with the tea without much effort. Okay, so anyone who could have gotten into his wagon could have poisoned his tea. All right. We've now been through the main statements and the larger pieces of evidence. Let us see what these smaller items could be. This looks like a map that we maybe want to get out so that we can reference. Let's see if we can't uncurl it. Easier said than done here. Down. Maybe I can counter roll it. Is there a device? Is there a device for unrolling things? I normally just try to counter roll them, but I wonder if there's some device I can get my hands on to put this through some rollers to uncrinkle it with a little bit of moisture, maybe. Spray some little bit of moisture and then unroll it, or maybe put it between two layers of plastic. It wouldn't be a bad idea, actually, for me to get my hands on a little clear plastic overlay that I could put some things under. Let's see if we can do something here. We do have some tape, so we might be able to tape this to the table a little bit, but not really. All right. So we'll have to do, and it's green. It could confuse the cubes. Okay, so here's our map of the circus. Let's see if the cubes will zoom into it. They don't like it. They're a little bit confused by the so much green. All right, that's all right. What have we got? Palm reading is there. Lions are here. There's the main tent where he must have kicked over dead. We see bathrooms here, fountain. There's the residential wagons over here where everyone must have stayed. There's the stable here. The variety, we don't know who's there, why we should care about that. There's the entrance to the circus. This looks like just flavor. I'm not sure we have much reason to do anything with this map yet. Nothing on the back. Looks like it's just maybe setting the scene for us. Okay. What's this? We have a chain for this? What's going on here? What is this? That's weird. There's like some straw. But this looks like it probably went to this. I don't know why there's all this straw. All right, we've got a very nice looking locket. A little brown, like maybe it got burnt or something. Or maybe it's just aged. Maybe 100 years old for all we know. Okay, so we know who this is. That's our Elizabeth. Someone has a locket with her picture in it. On the back, it does say something. What does it say? Acur-est. 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 What does acur-est? Is it Italian? Is it Cagliari's? Let's see if we want. The chat will probably tell me, but we could get better at this kind of thing. Translate a caress. That's not going to work. Okay. I can't see it here. OCURRESTE. I need to do a better job of positioning this so I can see it. Caress. Of course, now it could be just something. Something. Translated. It happened in Spanish, though? So Google Translate says that it's Spanish for it happened. What if we try to tell it translate from Italian? You would like. That's weird. Of course, it may, these little things around here, these actually look like it might be a code. OUR, our SECRET, our secret. Our secret. It's not Spanish. It's not Italian. And these aren't little borders. This is forming the chain. And it says our secret. Okay, so let's go put that in our notes here. All right, so we're just making a little page of notes. Our secret. Okay, so more evidence that we've got something going on with Elizabeth at the center of it, and Elizabeth pregnant, and the father knows or is doing something. Okay, so there we have the locket here. I don't know what that straw is about. What about these fortune teller cards? Maybe we don't need this in front of us for now. Okay. The Fool, the High Priestess, the Emperor, and the Star. So if you had to guess, you'd guess like this is Nicholas Maester, the director. This is the son, Ari, the dwarf clown. This is the daughter, Elizabeth, the dancer. And this would be the fortune teller herself, I guess, if you had to pick one. Let's see what we've got here. So the Emperor card says, 5 August came around, worried about his daughter, cryptically pointed him to the High Priestess's calendar. These are the notes that our fortune teller takes on the different people that come to visit her. In this case, this is Nicholas's. These are the notes she keeps on Nicholas, the director. So on the 5th of August, he comes around worried about his daughter. She doesn't want to give him direct information, but she cryptically points him to the High Priestess's calendar. Maybe, I'm not sure what she's talking about, but here is the daughter and the son and daughter's notes. Okay, let's see. In 7th of August, he came around again, sought moral advice on how to treat his daughter, Now he knows her secret. I advised him against drastic measures, but he refused to listen. Okay, so he has discovered her secret, or one of her secrets. Maybe that she's having an affair, maybe that she's pregnant. But it's August 7th, so definitely by August 7th, she's fully pregnant, if we're correct about that. He wouldn't listen to reason. Okay, what's this last top note? Absolute protective of, absolute control, daughter bitter since Adriana's death, guilt. These are just general comments about him. His wife died, remember, and the father's taking care of them. So he's a control freak, we know, protective. That's why he's locked her up. He doesn't want her gallivanting around having her affair. Okay, let's go to the daughter now and see what the fortune teller's notes are on the daughter. Okay, she's a romantic soul. 17th of July, she asked once more to draw cards about the High Priestess. Nightmares, loneliness, loves the High Priestess. High Priestess, ensured that something lovely is on the horizon. He is overjoyed. And then here she's written powerlessness. Romantic soul. 17 July. Asked once more to draw cards about the High Priestess. The High Priestess ensured that something lovely is on the horizon. He is overjoyed. I guess she's pregnant, and the whoever she's having the affair with seems like he's happy about it. Whoever she's sleeping with is happy that she's gotten pregnant, I guess. Maybe their secret, it would make sense that their secret is that she's pregnant. And that they're having the affair sooner. Let's look at what this High Priestess card is all about. Is this going to be like the fertility symbol of fertility? I don't know. Or is this a person? Favorite color, sky blue. Dreams of freedom. Rebels against her father. She's a skeptic about the occult. 15th of July showed me her calendar. Something lovely is on the horizon. Easier to influence. So are these one and the same people? Is Elizabeth and the High Priestess the same card? Or is this do we have another woman that we don't know about? 15 July showed me her calendar, right? So someone said, hey, look at this calendar. I didn't have my period. And then she said, well, something's on the horizon. Easier to influence. That's weird. I'm just a little, favorite color is sky blue. I'm a little confused about the connection to this, to the High Priestess. This looks like Elizabeth card, and Elizabeth wants to draw cards about the High Priestess and loves the High Priestess. So, High Priestess, the star. I wonder if she's having an affair with the stable boy. Well, let's move on for a second to Ari the Fool, the dwarf. Boy, look at his complicated chart. Cynical, drinking problem, dreams of riches, often strolls from personal wagon to the stable at night. Self-hatred. Do not mention stature too much. Often strolls from a personal wagon to the stable at night. Let's just take a look at, oops, now I need the map. So he often goes from his personal wagon to the stable and back past the lavatories, the bathrooms. Assuming that's where he is. So maybe he could have seen something if that's relevant. Just roll this up. Keep it rolled up so it helps to uncurl. Not gonna work. All right. Well, I'll just leave it here. Okay, so it's just the High Priestess card that I don't really understand how that fits in. Maybe it's just both cards are for Elizabeth. Or maybe Elizabeth's baby. Is that it? Is the High Priestess the card on the month of the baby's born? That's why she wants to draw the card of the High Priestess. Interesting idea. Okay. Got a bunch of little scrolls. We've got this thing. Let's take a look at this. What is it? Like a homemade book. It's like his debt book. What's going on here? All right, let's take a closer. We can pull this off. There's a hairpin holding it. Like a homemade little notebook. All right, let's take a look at this. Got 3 pieces of paper forming a book. And chat is saying what I've figured out here, which is these pieces of paper connect together. To form a map. Okay, August 13th, 1883. So this is the day before the murder. There's the hay, and remember we found some hay. It's been collected. These look like they might be all the residential wagons. Is that right? Like maybe this is a map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 residential wagons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 residential wagons. Okay, so this is a map close-up of the residential wagons. There's the hay. This says force back with stone. Force lock with stone. This is going to be our director's wagon, perhaps. This says force the lock with stone when afternoon performance question mark. Well, what does this say? Wait. This is where wait, and then there's an X in this wagon. And then what does this say? Keep an eye on sightings? Sightlines. Keep an eye on sightlines. I see. Well, someone is saying, don't I don't want to be seen. So these look like what we're looking at is the sight lines that would give you a look at maybe this wagon. Like this guy can see this wagon this way. This wagon can see this wagon this way. Hmm. So is this going to be his attack? Is this going to be his route to get into this wagon? Okay, so there's no arrow towards the blue wagon. So whatever I said about this is director's wagon, I don't think so. I don't know this anymore. I don't know why it's blue. But I thought this was saying force this lock because of this line. But now I don't think so. I think these are just sight lines. This is just a general note about force the lock with stone. So probably this lock. This is probably the target wagon. We don't know whose wagon that is yet. But sounds like someone is planning a route to this. And it's probably Arya's because this looks like his debt book. But let's find out if that's true. So what does he say? What do these notes say? Absolute nonsense, father. What does this say here? So here's how much he owes. Remaining debt 529. White makeup, so large shoes. Okay, this is his this is clearly Arya's the clown, dwarf clown's notes here. Spread pamphlet mornings between 7 and 9 before the matinee, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Okay. So Tuesday, when this whole thing happened, he should have been, or when the tea might have been poisoned, he should have been in Dolphin spreading pamphlets. Bald versus rubber. I think he's talking about his head. Entrance, something from Humpty Dumpty. He's planning on his humorous entrance. Card tricks, too much hassle. Get a Brannigan with Giuseppe on Wednesday. Liquor him up. Steal tobacco. Weird. What does this say here? It says competitions and something? Competitory and profiteering. Or profiteer. Competitory and absolute nonsense, father. I think he's saying to himself, like, the loan of the money, he's complaining about it or something. Okay. Just put this back away for now. Competitors and profiteers, says the channel. Okay. We've got a moldy envelope here with some stuff. A whole bunch of little scrolls, including some with lace that, if you had to guess, you might guess are from Elizabeth. So look, 2 back and forth, maybe 2 from Elizabeth and 2 from her paramour. This heavy thing. I don't know what this is. All right. It feels like there's not that much documents left for us to take us multiple sessions. Let's see. Favorite color was blue. Yes, her favorite color was blue. You have an interesting point there. Elizabeth, the star, or was it the Empress? Anywhere, somewhere here it says favorite color sky blue. Favorite color is sky blue. And then when we were looking on this map, one of the wagons is sky blue. Interesting. All right. Let's deal with this weird moldy envelope that's sealed. Carefully try to open it. He says, can you go back to the tarot cards to check the doodle on the bottom, which might complete a star map? Okay, I'll put this aside. You want a doodle on the bottom. Are you saying, oh, are you saying these combine somehow? That's very interesting. Oh, sorry. So that's a very interesting observation that these may combine. They certainly look like they do. Uh-huh. Interesting. Very good observation. Very nice observation. Indeed, the cards do form a single chart. Okay. Well done, D. All right, so we have a total chart here showing the interlocking different people. I'm going to have to split this so I can read it. Okay, the Fool, that's Ari, the dwarf. And then right next to him is the Emperor, that we think is the father, who's overlapping the Star, the sister. Then we have Giuseppe, the lion tamer, Nicholas, the father, Elizabeth, the daughter, and Ari. So I think like Ari is the Fool, Elizabeth is the Star, Nicholas is the Emperor, and maybe Giuseppe is... Does that mean Giuseppe is the High Priestess? That's his card? Interesting. So the Emperor, the Star, the High Priestess, these are the three tarot cards. Emperor, Star, High Priestess, and the Fool. These are the four tarot cards. And then here we have four people: Giuseppe, Nicholas, Elizabeth, and Ari. So I think maybe the High Priestess is Giuseppe, or no, Giuseppe's going to be the star, isn't he? That makes sense. He's the star of the show. Let's see. But one of these is Nightmare's Loneliness loves the High Priestess. Asked one more to draw a card about the High Priestess, ensure that something lovely's on the horizon. He is overjoyed. Ah, there we go. Very nice. So we bought into the seeing this as Elizabeth, but it's not. This is the star of the circus, Giuseppe, the lion tamer. Now it makes complete sense. He is overjoyed. This is the card for Giuseppe, the lion tamer. Fun. Okay, so the high priestess is Elizabeth, and that's why when Giuseppe comes to the fortune teller, he keeps asking about the high priestess. Loves the high priestess, ensured something love is on the horizon. He's overjoyed. Nightmares, loneliness, romantic soul. We just jumped to the conclusion that that was Elizabeth, but that's clearly Giuseppe, the lion tamer. And then Elizabeth is the high priestess. Now let's look at this, knowing that it's her. Favorite color is sky blue, dreams of freedom, rebels against her father. She's skeptical about the occult. 15 July, she showed me her calendar. Something lovely is on the horizon. She's easier to influence. I don't know what that means. Okay. So I'm not sure we actually have anything to figure out on this chart, although we might. I mean, I do see lines, but I think maybe this was to be just to help us understand who's in here. Anna says it's Giuseppe with a J, not Giuseppe, just Giuseppe. Giuseppe. Okay. All right, pretty cool. I'm sort of doubtful that the details of this chart have any meaning for us. It's possible, but I think it maybe was just to put this whole thing in perspective. Okay, well that's very cool though that we didn't catch on that Giuseppe was the star. And now we seem to have confirmation of our theory from the beginning that Giuseppe and Elizabeth are in love, having an affair, and she's pregnant by him. And that's what the father is upset about. Okay, let's take our second break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back. The chat, Marco is telling me, take a closer look at the map, star map, and says, actually, you can see people are connected, even though I believe we know who's who. Let's see. So if we follow the Fool, click, 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 Airy. Yes, you're right. Elizabeth is going click, 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 click to the High Priestess. And Giuseppe is going click, 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 click to the star. And Nicholas is going click, 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 click to the Emperor. Okay, sure enough, you're right. Confirms what we had already figured out. Pretty cool. I feel like maybe this puzzle would have worked better if there were more tarot cards of more people to make it a little bit more of a challenge, who's who. But that was pretty cool, figuring out that the star was Giuseppe. That was a clever little misdirection there. All right, let's go back to opening stuff. Didn't really work. Okay, let's see what this is. Let's put the stuff we haven't looked at in there. Okay, what have we got here? Okay, there's Elizabeth's photo. Says purchase shawl, angel maker, 5 guilders in an evening meal in gin in morning tea. Then there's an arrow. Her wish becomes reality. Well, I mean, I think the idea that this was meant as an abortive, the angel maker, makes sense. That the father has gotten it, and that's why the doctor didn't want to say what it was really meant for. We heard about a shawl, I'm trying to remember where. But what is this thing? Her wish becomes reality. Not sure what that's referring to. And what is this moldy water stain from? We'll come back to it. Monday, 6th of August. There's Nicholas writing to someone. I trust to have adequately informed you on your situation regarding my daughter during our conversation this afternoon. I'm sending you this letter to ensure that not a shred of doubt is left in your fool mind and your despicable heart. Elizabeth is my dearest flower, and I am the bush of thorns that surrounds her. She will get married over my dead body. In spite of your scandalous statement regarding her feelings, I will personally see to it. None of you wolves will be able to taint her any further. Now remember, he fired the stable boy. When, though? Our conversation this afternoon. I just want to see if that matches up with stable boy. 6th of August. We have 2 things with dates on them. Not that one. Let me just see. Okay. My being discharged has nothing to do with his death. His reasons for dismissal are irrelevant. He was angry with me and everyone else. Yesterday morning, I was at the pond. All right. I'm not sure, but let's add this to our timeline that the 6th of August, he has a conversation. Let me just go up to my notes here. August 6th. Conversation with Nicholas and question mark. Refuses to let him marry Elizabeth. Probably Giuseppe. Monday, 6th of August. Okay, and then the point being made in the chat was that her wish was to be free from her father. So now her wish becomes reality, is the idea that DJ Monica was saying. All right, what about this one? This looks like it's the folded origami thing, and it's from Elizabeth, it looks like. We should remember that we're going to have some handwriting samples soon. Like now we've got Elizabeth's handwriting. All right, well, this looks like we need to fold it to reconstruct it. Let's do this. You know, I'm not particularly good at these things. But so doing all these creases to give us a grid of 3 by 3. Okay. And then we're making more creases, diagonal creases. Okay, and then we've got the heart in the center, face up, just making creases to make the origami folding easier. Okay, heart in the center, face up, and then it wants us to go like this in all of our corners. Sort of like this. Okay. And then what do? We make corners, and then we do some fold. Are these numbered? A, B, C, D, E. Okay. A. What's the idea here? I'm so bad at these facial things. It looks like I've gotten this far. And then what are we trying to do here? We're sealing it up. Is this trying to tell us that the heart is on the other side? I wonder if it's trying to tell us the heart's on the other side of this. This is like our #1 way to create frustration in me. #1 way to see me get frustrated. Is this trying to say the heart's on the other side, so then we fold it in? Get the heart that we write on it? No. No. No, no. That's this heart. This forms a heart. Okay, I see now that this eventually is our heart that's going to become visible. Okay, fine. So now that I know that, I can see which areas have to be on the front. All right, don't worry, I'll get it. Let's see, these all have to be front, and front. Okay, fine. Okay. Then a weird thing happens here. A F, this, and then these fold in to give us a heart. I could try to find a video on this. Valentine's envelope. Let's see if I can find a video on this. Although YouTube's not gonna like me playing an audio. Maybe I can Valentine's. These are not quite the right thing. Okay. All right, let's just relax and try. Let's see if I can get through this without getting angry. It'll just be like a little experiment. Let's try to go slow. Maybe this is where our 6 hours, extra 6 hours comes from. So we formed the A, and then it's saying A. Like, things get weird. It's weird, you know, they say some people can visually manipulate things in their mind. Those people tend to be good at math. I tend to think of myself as quite good at math, but I have no, my visual 3D visualization is just zero, negative. But let me look at this for a second. So if this is A, I'll put it at an angle. Okay, this is A, this is D. And then they're somehow making me come over here. B comes over here. Like that. Oh, you're not seeing what I'm doing. I think I might be doing this right. He comes over here like this. A. B. Have to go in the right order though. Hey, that looks almost right. It looks almost right. Oh my god, I really don't like this though. But it's not quite right. It's the right shape, but it's not quite in the right order. But that's okay because this gives me some clues as to what should be on the outside. Like these two are right, I think. This one has to be done differently though. Actually, is none of my shapes hidden? Let's see. It feels like it's almost right. It's almost right. Is it? But it's also almost gonna make me very angry. It's almost right, but it's almost going to make me very angry. I know that the heart should form when I combine these, and it's not forming. So it's not quite right, and the anger is coming. The anger is coming. I can feel it. The frustration is coming. Feel. I kind of can make a heart out of this. I don't know if this is right though, and I feel like it's not right, and just it's about right, but it's not right. Oh boy. I mean, I was so close to getting out of this without anger. And now I can see I'm like right in the heart of darkness. I don't know what the solution is. I have to think that this is fun for some people. And so how do I find the fun in something that makes me want to smash everything in the house? Push the nuclear destruct button. Doesn't help that these numbers are too small for me to see. I really need the video, I think. The chat is trying to say something. It doesn't work. Homemade gifts made easy, says. Okay. They're trying to help me find a video that I can watch this. I just don't know that there's any way to help me. Let's see. Homemade gifts made easy. Origami heart envelope. You think maybe this is it? I gotta do this without the audio.
And I'm going to show you how to take a letter.
Stop.
So this is great for Valentine's.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Okay, let's try to mute this world because YouTube is the worst. Oh boy. Okay. At least you can't hear this nonsense, right? Okay, this is already a problem. That's not square. Is it gonna, are they gonna make it into a square? This is not gonna work. I can see it. I can feel it. Okay, this is the wrong video. It's the right channel, but the wrong video. Okay, homemade gifts made easy. Square origami envelope. Okay, let's try this one. Okay, and I can't be playing the audio because YouTube doesn't like that. Okay, here's the finished product. The problem is we can't just make this shape. We have to make it with the correct orientation. Oh boy. Okay. This looks so like it's gonna be not gonna work. Okay. Oh. Is this the fast and now she's gonna do it super slowly? Wow, what a grinding halt this video has taken here. You're not hearing the audio. I'm not hearing the audio. Okay, let's, whatever they're saying. It's okay. It's okay. We've got our square. Guess we want to turn it this way. Okay, it's got a million folds in it. Right, we did all these. I don't know what she's saying. She's probably saying instructions, but we're not listening to them because YouTube will freak out if I put someone else's video in this video. On it, we've made all the creases. I really appreciate the channel trying to get me this. I can see there are some other creases being made, but I don't really know what orientation it should be, but let's see. Maybe if I make these creases, it'll be easier if I fold into it. I was so close to having it. You saw it. I almost made the heart. Let's see, I guess this side of the paper fold does not seem right, but okay. I guess we want this view. No, we don't want that view. That doesn't work. All right, whatever. Boy, it was so close to being right. All right, I've made all those folds and more. Right, I've done that part. Whether I've done it at the right orientation of this pre-made letter is fine. Okay, let's see. What is she doing now? This is the part that, this is the trick. Okay, so let's see. Squeezed it in. Fine. Squeezed it in. And now what are you doing? How is that happening? I can't do it. Why is that naturally happening for this person? But I don't understand. It's, what the? It's sneaking in It's not, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. I was very close to it before. How did I do it before? I made it go down like that. It's what I'm just gonna. Okay. I don't know what orientation it should be. Okay. Okay. Got our little box. I can't. It's it's turning into a star. Okay. It's turning. Oh. Okay. Stop. We're just gonna have, and we're gonna have silence now. I'm gonna stop talking. Because if I talk, I'm just gonna get more angry. I don't understand why anyone would want this in their life. I don't understand why anyone would want this in their life. All right, well, here's the basic shape. Whether this is the right orientation to give us a heart, I'm not sure. This looks... This is too much. This is too much for me. This is gonna... Like, this fold is wrong enough, but is it close enough to the right answer? Is it? Let's see how this ends. Maybe this is close enough to the right answer. This looks like it, but whether it's in the right order, I don't know. Okay, then these go up. This one goes over. This one goes over. And this one tucks in. Yes, okay. Tucks in. All right, so something has gone wrong in this fold here. But also, all the writing in the middle is wrong. What does that mean? Is that normal? Because that's not part of it? Okay, maybe that's good enough. Is that good enough? I really loathe this stuff. Really loathe it. Today was as all days. I secretly waited for you. Why did I do that? Why has God done this to me? For this benefit? To read this one thing that we could have just read? Why would God do this to me? Was that really? All of that was for this? Today was as all days. I secretly waited for you. All right, well, let's pause for a second. I've got to reset myself because I'm just filled with anger. I'm just angry. I've forgotten we're playing a game. I've forgotten how enjoyable the game was. I've just got anger. All right. So I just want to... I'm reminded of the... All right, stop the video. I'm reminded of this note that says wait here, but I just want to make sure this handwriting is completely different, which is what we expect, because we think this is the dwarf's writing, and this is going to be Giuseppe's writing, or sorry, Elizabeth's writing. Why did we do this? And now I have to open this, and that was the entire point of it? Why did I do that to myself? Is this another sentence that we could care about? No, these don't look like they're connected. Sometimes I wish that my father would be more, but really these are part of. I can't do this again. Like, I can't do this again. So this is the last we're going to see of this. This kind of looks like it's written, but actually these feel like they're more full sentences. But sometimes I wish that my father would be no more. So these are part of other sentences, but they also seems like maybe Elizabeth is wishing her father was gone. And maybe that's the motive. Like she sent a message to Giuseppe and he's read, "Sometimes I wish my father would be no more." But when we open it, we see it's part of larger messages. "All my love could be no more than you. All my love could be no more than you and me. Sometimes I wish the edge to flee, to fold and twist that my fate would grow into a land where father would not see." And it looks like these might connect, but we'll never know because I'm not doing this again. Okay. This part says, "Yet help but with my glances, and only on these petals express myself. I can't follow you with my heart. I can freely." I guess that was part of some other message. "As long watches hour can never." Okay, so this is supposed to be combined to get some other message. I can't do it though. I can't do it. No, making a copy doesn't help. I'm sorry. No, we play, but we not quit. I'm torn, my dreams stay. So these obviously in some other arrangement combine, but I've already disassembled it. Like maybe if we do it this way, do the exact whole thing over again, then these do the whole thing backwards. We get these messages combined. Can't do it. I can't do it. I can't go through it again. I can't do it. Well, now we see what true horror is. That's why this has been appropriate for Horror October Marathon. This, to me, is what horror is. Probably there are hints that show it put together. Let's just go there. I should have done that right from the start. Should have done that right from the start. LCA 43. Yes, help. Hints and clues. Okay, so it's giving away everything here, but we'll just... Yes, okay. Text only. Around the borders. All my love would be no more than you and me. Sometimes I wish the edge to flee, to fold and twist, that my fate would grow into a land where the father would not see. Okay, we read that. Around the edge. In the center, it says, forever yours, E. In corner one, okay, so those are the pieces we saw in corner one. We folded this into the origami. We saw that you could read it slightly differently. And this is now saying the text in all the corners. Okay, then the letter has to be combined with the folding instructions. Yes. There are 8 separate messages on this letter. Sometimes I wish are the first words of a hidden message you can only read when you've folded the letter in the right way. All right, so we did that. And we got that the secret message was, sometimes I wish my father was gone or something. But now let's see if there are other messages. I am torn between my dreams and my days. As long as Father watches over me, our love can never bloom. Yet I can't help but follow you with my glances, with my heart, and only on these petals can I express myself freely. All right, so we play a dangerous game, but we must not quit. The hidden message in the folded letter is, sometimes I wish that my father would be no more. Okay, so we found that secret message. But I guess if we had looked at some of it slightly differently, we also would have seen the non-secret message. We play a dangerous game, but we must not quit. Okay. All right, we're going to take a break early here, and I'm going to try to calm down a bit. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Co-op for 2. It's 1:08 a.m. here, 3 hours into our playthrough of On Circus Grounds. We have solved this origami Valentine's letter, well enough. Found a secret message that seems to be a message to Giuseppe Caligari, the lion tamer, suggesting that she wishes her father was gone so she could get out from under his boot. I suspect that at some point I'm going to get, this is what I envision. I envision getting an email that goes something like this. Dear Jesse, I just finished watching your Co-op for 2 YouTube channel. You are an inspiration to me. My son has the same mental developmental disabilities as you do. He's emotionally unstable, prone to frustration and outbursts, has no spatial reasoning, and you prove that you can overcome these and solve even puzzles. There's just, I don't understand why those things are so frustrating. They're like being in a straitjacket where it should work, but it doesn't. And then the video is like, just do this. It makes no sense to me. The chat is being kind. Anna says, Jesse, you're our hero. It looks like the worst part is over. DJ Moneycut said, you've proved that you can do puzzles with it, or can do it. Okay. So then Anna and Jonathan, though, getting back to the game, are saying something smart. Anna says, it looks like the lover killed the father to be with the daughter, but that would be too easy. So Anna's doing a little bit of meta reasoning, like that would be too easy for this game. So she says, probably someone knew about this message and took the opportunity. And then Jonathan follows up and says, the fortune teller knew everyone's secrets, so it'd be easier for her to frame someone. She might have turned us onto the T to start with. Just a hunch, but I'm looking at her. And then DJ Moneycut is asking about who fired the stable boy. We can look into that. So I think Jonathan has a good point about the fortune teller. And I think there's at least one more clue pointing to the fortune teller, right? You remember what that clue is, right? What was the other clue that made us suspicious of the fortune teller? Do you remember? Where are the fortune cards? I'll get them out and you can remember. So there was another clue that aroused our suspicions of the fortune teller. This is where the fortune teller is leaving her notes. And what was it? It was regarding Elizabeth. And we noticed something odd on Elizabeth's notes. The fortune teller's notes for Elizabeth. And what is it? It's this one down here. Easier to influence. That's a weird note for a fortune teller to be leaving. Why is she trying to influence Elizabeth? That does sound like she's trying to do some manipulations. Also, why is she keeping track of her favorite color? Like, that feels like you're trying to keep notes for framing someone. Now, but we do not have a motive for the fortune teller, which we're surely going to need. So we're going to try to come across that. However, the air conditioner is making some rattling, but I can turn it off from here. Did I show you that I made buttons that let me control the air conditioner? Can you see these buttons? Let me see. Not easily, huh? Yes, you can kind of see it if I turn this off. So in my actions, these are all my air conditioner controls. So I'm going to turn off the air conditioner. It takes a couple seconds for it to connect. I'm not sure why. All right. So we should reread the fortune teller's statement to see if we can pick up anything. But I thought of one other place we could look for clue. So we're starting to suspect the fortune teller, possibly. Let's see if we can pick up any other clues. Smells of incense, striking appearance, difficult to fathom, sounds sincere. We could reread her statement, but the thing that I thought about is, are there any notes in the payroll about an issue with her? I wonder. Where is our fortune teller? Okay, salary, 18 florins. Nothing suspicious there. It looks like everyone else. In fact, it looks like she's getting quite a bit, a little bit less than the lion tamer, but not that much less. Sword swallower, strong man. Any more entries for the fortune teller? These are all July, so we're not going to see her again. All right, well, that's the only entry for the fortune teller, and then she is being paid, and no one has left notes about about that. Before we read other stuff, let's read through her statement, because it is fun to think that she might be our suspect. Did anyone else mention her? Okay, let's look at her. Let's give her a good look. In detective speak, let's give her a good look. She's wearing robes. It's Maria, Madame Luce. Maria Otter. Maria Otter. You don't think that's the, remember someone said a word that we said was 8? But we didn't know what it was, Italian for 8? I think it's not 8. Is it 8 or is it otter? No, Otto, that must have been 8. Okay, anyway, we're going to look at her statement again, and we'll add timeline information that we've been missing. Do not be mistaken by my profession. I don't possess the supernatural ability. So she doesn't actually believe in what she does. But she does lay out the case for us a little bit. Every day the grounds are open. He gives his speech at 8:30 sharp. So it looks like I need to update my thing, because I think I wrote 8. Yes, I did. I wrote 8. So let me just update this. All the performers answered his call, gathering around the main tent around 8. Oh, they gather at 8, except for 5 persons. All have their wagon on their own separate field. That's the map we looked at before, the residential maps. She lists the 5 people. Okay, the lion tamer is servant. In the time leading up to the address, I exchanged words with our director about the tea I had provided him with. Tea which at that moment was still seeping and he had yet to consume. It must have been during this window where the tea was steeping that one of the suspects came into the tea, but who? I wish you the best of luck. Verified with other performers, she speaks the truth. So actually no real clues in her statement. DJ Moneycut says Lutra is French for otter. Okay, well that's her name. That's fine. Okay, so going back, let's resume our playthrough. I feel fine now. I'm fully reset. A little glass of whiskey helps with a little bit of reset, it turns out. Okay, so this is the stuff in the moldy envelope. We don't know why these things in the moldy envelope have all been collected together. We don't know what's the common provenance of these items that puts them all in this molded envelope. We do have the fortune teller's handwriting. Let's make a note of that. That could be very important for us. I'm going to put a handwriting note here. We have the fortune teller's handwriting. We have Elizabeth's handwriting. But we have the fortune teller's handwriting on these cards. Let's take a good look at it so we recognize it if it comes up. It's pretty messy. It's pretty messy and curvy. Almost a little shaky. Yeah? And look at these T's with these little curls up. On the T, curl down on the he. Look at how recognizable and distinct the T's are. Look at that T, how it goes so low down and curls up. So low down and curls up. So low down and curls up. Okay, so keep an eye open for that. If we suspect the fortune teller and she forges something, look for those T's. All right, now, there is one more piece of evidence in this moldy envelope. It's this thing we haven't read yet. So let's have a look at it. This is from Dr. Broger, the doctor. Says, enclosed a flask containing 120 milliliters of Angel Maker for fostering your daughter's health. As it is extremely potent, it needs to be handled with and administered with the utmost care and attention. Half of this amount should produce the desired effect. It's an abortive. And the doctor tells us this note he forgot to give. He forgot to give Nicholas Meister. It sat on his desk for a while. But only half was to be given to her to abort the baby, is what it's going to be. And only cost under 2 florins. Okay, so we don't know why these are all in this envelope. It's almost as if someone collected them and buried them. Her wish becomes reality. Anyway, the point, the doctor has prescribed this Angel Maker. You're only supposed to use half of it. Why he gave him 2 servings, I don't know. This was supposed to cause the girl to lose her baby, surely. But someone stumbled across this and used it to kill the father. All the evidence suggests that Giuseppe did it to get rid of the father so he could be with the daughter, but we have no direct evidence to that effect. All right, now the only thing left for us, it seems, the only evidence left for us are these 4, 5 scrolls and some hay. And rereading the timeline stuff. Okay, so we've got scrolls. Presumably it's Elizabeth talking to Giuseppe. But, oh, and this was, where's the other picture of her that was in the molded stuff? Not this one. There was a molded picture of Elizabeth, was there not? Yeah, oh yes, it was on the other side of this. All right, so let's see. Do we want to start with this weird one? Let's do these. First of August. Looks like a coded message we're gonna have to decode. It does not seem like this is going to be pleasant, given that it's on a scroll that doesn't want to stay open. Looks like punctuation is missing. I mean, it looks like, but it seems like we got sentence capitalized where they begin and end. Probably we might be able to get the name right from this. We think this is going to be Elizabeth. Maester. No, that's not quite right. Well, we'll have to figure this out. So this is 1st of August scroll. We should probably keep track actually that this is a red scroll. Let's take a look at Elizabeth's white lace. So this is not encrypted. It says, my dearest tamer. She's talking to the lion tamer, 28 July. Yesterday I found a neatly rolled up scarf near my wagon, accompanied by a letter saying I love you too. I'm inclined to believe that the snake has found a new confidence. I will ignore it, for leaving his dream intact will be easiest. Next letter will be according to Acarest. Our secret. Acarest. Our secret. Oh, I wonder if that means that this code is the every other letter code that was used in the Acarest. Okay, forever yours, your butterfly. Wow, they had a real love affair. Well, let me understand this. 28 July, this is our first letter. I am inclined to believe that the snake has found a new confidence. I will ignore it, for leaving his dream intact will be easiest. I can't really tell what she's saying here. I'm inclined to believe the snake has found new confidence. I will ignore it, for leaving his dream intact will be easiest. I'm not clear what she's really saying there. Is she talking about a different person? Or is she talking about the same guy she's writing to, but referring to him by some nickname? And I think she's saying the next letter I'm going to write in code according to our every other letter thing. Not every other letter, it's something else system, but okay. Jonathan says, I read it as not wanting to tell another guy she's interested. So Jonathan thinks Snake is another guy. I'm not so sure, but let's... Oh, there's something on the back of this one. I see. This is the Acarest code. Jump over a letter, jump back, something like that. I think it's saying like you skip one letter, then you skip two letters, then you skip three letters, something like that. That's the Acarest code. Okay, well, that's fairly easy to decode, I think. Nothing on the back of this one, but let's make sure we remember what's what. Although, presumably, this is Elizabeth's handwriting that we should be able to recognize. And presumably, this is going to be the lion tamer's handwriting that we should be able to recognize. Very small, scratchy. Okay. Let's read this next one by the lion tamer. if we're correct that it's the line 10 where she's writing to. Okay, so this one looks like it's in code. Looks like 4 letters at a time. I'm not sure what this is about. There's Ari. This looks like a very different code that he used before, 14 August. Whoa, this is the date of the murder. Nothing on the back of this one. Let's see what this letter is. Okay, here she is writing in code. 5 August. This is going to be butterfly. Your butterfly. I have to find a way to have this stretched out while we decode it. It seems like it might be a little bit painful. What we may do, we may spend enough time to confirm we know how to decode it. Like we'll go through the first line, we'll decode it. And then rather than having to carefully decode it, once we prove that we know how to decode it, we'll go to the website and read it decoded. But it looks like we've got a couple different codes here. Actually, there is something on the back of this one. What's this all about? One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think this says butterfly. And so that's why I'm trying to think, like, is she saying everything gets broken up into groups of 8? So we've got a B, U, T, T, E, R, F, L, Y. Your butterfly. I think this is going to decode to your butterfly. I think they're using different codes. Or this is the Acares code where you're skipping over letters. Within each word, though, I think like each word is its own scrambled. Jump from first letter to last, then back to second letter. That seems to be what this seems to suggest. First to last to back, 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 back. Okay, that seems like a pretty good idea. But it doesn't work for butterfly. But it very well may work for this one. Doesn't work for butterfly though. I think the butterfly code is a slightly different one. To me, it feels like B jumps to U, jumps to T, jumps to E, R, F, L, Y. You need to start at the beginning of the line. That's an interesting idea. So F, O, R, E, V, forever, YOURS, forever yours, YOUR, your, BUTTERFLY. You're absolutely right. Each line, well done, DJ. Each line. Okay, so maybe they're all using this code. It's a per line code. And for each line, you do this. You go start to the end and so on until you get into the center. That's what this diagram is. The only oddity then is, what is this? This surely means something. We just don't know what. Okay, so let's not lose track of what's what. I guess from handwriting, we'd be able to analyze it. All right, that's very good observation, DJ. Makes complete sense. So there's our 4 scrolls back and forth between them, dated. Before we go through the trouble decoding it, let's take a look at this last little weirdly wrapped thing. Or maybe we should save it. Okay, let's save it. Let's decode these messages. Once we prove we know how to decode them, maybe we'll just go to the hints and read them. Shall we order these so that we can read them chronologically? We've got August 5th here. August 5th from Elizabeth. Then we've got this one, which is August 14th, the day of the murder. This is, I wonder if this is still the same code or a different code, because this way this is written seems like it should be a different code. But let's, okay, August 5th, August 15th, sorry, August 14th, from Giuseppe. I'm going to say 4 tuples. This is going to be front back code, which might be the RS code. Okay, and let's look at this one. July 28th. This is the plain text one from Elizabeth. Okay, so we've got a July 28th from Elizabeth in plain text. That might be our first one. And let's see if this one is dated. Okay, and then this one from Giuseppe is 1st of August. August 1st from Giuseppe. Okay. Elizabeth, July 28th. Giuseppe, August 1st. Elizabeth, August 5th. Giuseppe, August 14th. This might be the letter saying, I'm going to kill your father. All right. Elizabeth's plain text says, let's remind ourselves what it says. Some weird thing about the snake has found new confidence. I will ignore it, for leaving his dream intact will be easiest. She might be talking about someone else, but who would it be? Forever yours, your butterfly. My dearest tamer, forever yours, your butterfly. That was our key to decoding. Okay, so his reply to that a week later is this. Let's see if he's using the same front back code. Can we look at it? Can we look at just this last statement? And if he says forever yours tamer or something, let's see. So that looks like it is saying tamer, but let's see. HRYR. That doesn't seem right. Unless that's not an H. TAMER. This is every other letter. When he's writing, he's using every other letter. The tamer is every other letter. TAMEREVER. Forever tamer. FOR. Your tamer. Okay, so he uses the arrest code. Let's see. MY, my DEAR. What? DEAR. NGAR. Eager. OUR. It's definitely every other letter. My DEAR. My dear. And it becomes harder to read. EST. Show you, it's like Elizabeth. ESTBUT. Oh, butterfly. BUTTERFLY. My dearest butterfly. YOUR. Your L. YOUARE. You are RIGHT. You are right. You are right. HT. ISAW. I saw. THE. The. STEMU. Okay, we know how to decode this. It's every other letter. So I'm going to read this one on the... I'm not going to go through the trouble to decode it. This is our letter of August 5th. Or letter of August 1st. Is everyone okay with this? Once we prove we can decode it, I'm just going to read the decoding of it. So there's the my dearest butterfly, and the hints are just sort the letters in chronological order. We did that. Arrest, every other letter. Okay. Here is what it says. My dearest butterfly, you are right. I saw the snake walking around with your lost letter to me. He must have found it first. That is where he got his foolish ideas from, but we know better. Be aware that he has the key to my wagon, so we shall meet elsewhere. For the next letter, follow the beams from the heart. Forever yours, the tamer. For the next letter, follow the beams from the heart. He's telling her to use a different code. Okay, let me see if I can't. I can't select that. Oh, yes, I am. Yes, I can. I can put it into our notes here. Copy. create our letters. Okay. So Snake is a real person. Is it the father, I guess? Seems like it. This seems like it's going to be the father. Follow the beams from the heart. That's a weird way to code, but okay, let's get to our next letter. Let's see if how she follows the beams to the heart. Let's see. Is this every other letter? Matenvo. Doesn't look like it's every other letter again, but this is the one. This is the one with these. But we agreed this was the front to back, right? FOREV, forever butterfly. Our secret. That's the beams from the heart. Okay, that Acarest. Okay, well, this is the front to back. We know how to decode this. It's MYDEAR, my dear. Okay, so 5 August. We know how to decode this one. So let's go to the 5 August one. This one. There's the text. Read the first letter of the line, then the last one of the same line. That's the same thing. Okay, so here's what the text says. My dearest Tamer, danger is afoot. Father found my calendar. Lying was futile. He's furious and will take action. Use pattern of flowers for the next message. Start at top left. One flower's heart is the other's petal. Forever yours, your butterfly. Okay, so it's pretty cool. It makes sense. This isn't the code for this message. This is the code for the next message, the system. All right, so let me make a copy of this. So the father found her calendar. Now, she doesn't say snake now. This time she says father. It's a little troubling that we don't have good confirmation that the father is snake. Looks like we're gonna have to see. Can I? Oh boy. Okay, that's just not gonna work. I'm gonna have to manually delete this nonsense. Okay, there's our third letter. Okay, so fourth letter, let's make sense of it. Jonathan says it's maybe the doctor. That's the snake as the doctor is a very intriguing idea. All right, but we need to decrypt this final letter written on the day of the murder. And she says it's the flower. What does she say? Start at the top left. One flower's heart is the other flower's petal. It's a little tricky for us here. One flower's heart is the other flower's petal. let's count petals here. I feel like there's a different number of petals. One flower's heart is another flower's petal. Well, I do see these are in groups of 4. And groups of 4. It's a little annoying, these scroll things. I wonder if I can unscroll it. So I just wonder if we're meant to just divide them into... The doctor does have the twin snakes in a medical symbol. Interesting. I do like the idea of the doctor as a suspect. But then... yeah, maybe. I mean, we don't have a great motive for him. He just likes the daughter. Is that that's surely not enough to kill the father. Surely killing the father doesn't help the doctor get the daughter. Right? I mean, that doesn't make sense. The doctor can't get the daughter. The doctor might be the snake, but the doctor is not going to get the daughter by killing the father. So what would his motive be? Okay, so let's go back to this. He says, one flower's heart is another, start at the top left, one flower's heart is the other flower's petal. Okay, well, let's just look down here. This is going to be from our guy. So Hamer is going to be the last thing he says. And I wonder if it's not... okay, it's going to be per line. You can see the line is, let's just systematic. The line is made up of 4 tuples, except the last word can be any number. You can see it's 1 here, it's 3 here. So each line is its own thing. So, but it makes me think, is it like, oh, it's beyond that. It's rows. Look, 2 rows, 2 rows, 2 rows, 2 rows, 2 rows. So I think it's just going to be that these, like this letter combines with this letter, combines with this letter, combines with this letter. Let's see. Is it really going to be that simple? What is that, an N? I-A-N F-G, I guess not. Sure seems like it would be, but it's not. This definitely feels like it's 2, like these are rows. Rows of 4 and rows of 4. Maybe there's a way to rearrange these. I do think that maybe IA, like, are these all in the first line? But then there's something a way to arrange them. But why would it be a capital I and a capital A? They're all unique flowers. One flower's heart. One flower's heart is the other's petal. You can see the channel is trying to catch my attention, but I don't want to read any answer yet. Sounds like the channel has figured out how to decode it. All right, let me think. But before I read the channel's answer, let me try to appreciate this a little bit. We've got a capital here and a capital here, another capital here. Almost as if each one is starting a new sentence. Not quite, though. Let me look at the end, because that's the thing again where we think that's saying tamer. And I am convinced these are separate pairs of lines. So let me just look at this. T-A-M-E-R. It's very appealing. T-A-M-E-R. T-A-M-E-R. Your Y. Can we number these? Let me just count the petals here. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's got 7. This one's got 5. This one's got 8. This one's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, that's another 7. That's unfortunate. I was thinking these were going to be unique. It's got 8. Maybe they still are. Maybe I jumped to a conclusion. We've got 6, 8, 5, 7. One of these was 10. One of them was 11. But here's another 8. That feels very unfortunate. I thought I was going to have a unique ordering. That this was going to be 8 and this is 8 breaks my system of them having a unique ordering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's another 8. Heart and petal. Okay, so like this heart is this petal. 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 I guess this one dots. So I can definitely see that some of these hearts are petals. This cross heart is this cross petal. This dot heart is this dot petal. This triangle heart is this triangle petal. This X heart is this X petal. This line heart is this line petal. This circle heart is this circle petal. This black solid heart is this solid petal. So I can see that. And does that give us an order? So is it I is first, and then wine would be this one. I N. Let me try this. So if we go from heart to thing, we can get a sequence, right? A sequence through every set of 8. Let's do it this way. Start at the top left. What's her message? So this is number 1. This heart goes to the pedal here. So I think it's going 1, 2. Then this heart is which pedal? Kind of weird. Like this heart. This heart feels like it could be this pedal or this pedal. It's a little confusing here, but let me just try to do it this way. This heart is this pedal. Then this heart is this pedal. I feel like I'm on the right track, but I'm sucked into this weird one. These two hearts look the same. So that's why that feels like something's wrong. One flower's heart is the other flower's heart. All right, we'll worry about this in a second. Let me just see if this basic idea checks out. 3 goes to 4, should be here. Make a chain as best I can, and then I'll worry about figuring out this weird one later. Then this heart is this guy's pedal. Why did I write that? Why is so weird? This guy's heart is this guy's pedal. This guy's heart is this guy's pedal. And this guy's heart is this guy's pedal. And this guy's heart is this guy's pedal. And the cycle continues. That's what we wanted. Okay, so that's about right. This 3 and 4 is a little confusing. But now let's see if we can use that here. So it would be I-N A R Y R. That does not seem right. Is it possible that the 3 and the 4 are mixed up? So the alternative is 2, 2 to 4 to 3 to 5. No. Let's see, I'm going to get myself in trouble here. Let me try it again, because this to me feels like the right basic approach. So let me write it out. Assuming that's an N, not an M. Let me just see. M. I M A. And then according to my thing, we get an R. And then up to a Y, which is the 5. Then the 6 is an R. Then it should go to this letter here, which is an O. And then lastly to the S. So that's not right. But it feels like this is the right idea. So let me just look at my things again. Start at the top left. So I said when I looked at this, whose petals are this guy's heart? And I went down here. But what if I did the opposite? I'm sure the channel is freaking out now because you've known the right answer for a long time. But let me just keep playing with this before I look in the chat. What if instead of going heart to petal, I do the opposite? So looking at flower 1, what if I link to the petals? The petals of this one go to the heart with a cross, which is this one. And then the petals of this one go to the heart of this one. The petals of this one are what get us into trouble because it looks like there are two that it could go to, this or this. How are we supposed to decide between the two of them? Let's just say it's this one. 1 to 2, 3, 4. Then the petals of this one go to the heart of this one, and now we're broken, as we've already got our cycle. Petals of this one go to the heart of this one. The petals of this one go to the heart of this one. The petals of this one go to the heart of this one. The petals of this one go to the heart of this one. Okay, that's a cycle this way. It's possible that works, but I'd like to have a full cycle. Let's say it goes 1 to 2 to 3. What if the petals of this one go to this one? Then the heart of this one, then we're broken. Made much more sense to do it in this one. Heart of this one goes to petal of this one. Heart of this one goes to the petal of this one, I said. Heart of this one goes to the petal of this one. Heart of this one goes to the petal. Heart of this one. Petal of this one. Wait, what's happening here? Heart of this one goes to the petal of this one. Heart of this one goes to the petal of this one. Heart of this one goes to the petal of this one. Okay. But if I did this differently, petal of this one goes to heart of this one goes to the petal of this one. Heart of this one. What if instead of going here, it went here? Heart of this one, petal. 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 This feels like this should be it. Let me just do a little bit more since this is almost right. Then the next word would be, this seems like it's saying sorry, S-O-R-R-Y. I'm sorry. I am. If it is saying I'm sorry, I am, then this would be the S, which is my 7. To this, that doesn't make sense. No, sorry, this one. That doesn't work though. I am sorry is what it's going to say. I am sorry. Okay, so let me just, this is clearly what it's saying. I am sorry. So if that's right, if I'm right that this is saying I am sorry, then the order is, okay, this is clearly right. I just don't know why the flowers led me astray, but we're going to find out now. This is 1. This is 2. No, sorry. This is 1. This is the third letter is my 2. I, A, then M. So this is 3. I am. And then my 8th letter is going to be next. S. And my 7th letter is going to be next. S-O. Now it could be either of the R's. So I know whatever I had as 5 is going to be the 8. But I'm not sure which of the R's. It's either S-O or these could be wrong. Now, how is that logical from the flowers? This is going to be I am sorry. So let me figure out. 1, 2. I don't see how that can happen. So already I'm confused. Then this to this. I guess these petals to this heart. Petals to heart. Let's see. Start here. Petals to heart. That doesn't make sense. I, A, M, S, O, R, R, Y. Let me just, I don't see why that makes sense, but it feels like it's saying I'm sorry. So let me decode the next set and see if that's right. That gives me A, F, no, yes, A, F, C, E, R. After, this is the one I'm not sure about. B, E, I. After being. And these are the ones I'm not sure about, so it sounds like that's right. So there's our next set of 4. And then what we have next is N, G after being. D, I, S, C, C, H, A. After being discharged, I guess it's saying. All right. So is this upside down? Is that what I've done? Doesn't look like it's upside down. But if we do turn it upside down, then do we get this code? 1, heart goes to pedal 2. Heart goes to pedal 3. Heart goes to 4. Pedal goes to, heart goes to pedal 5. Heart goes to 6. 6 goes to 7. 7 goes to 8. There it was. Okay, so both of us, looks like we figured out in the same basic way, mainly by figuring out the system of hearts to pedals, then figuring out that this upper left start didn't work, but realizing it must say, I'm sorry. And once we figured out that this is wrong and it should say, I am sorry, then I got this. And then the channel was very clever to figure out, well, how can we make sense of this with our flowers? And the answer was to simply turn this upside down. Then this is our 1, which does go to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5, to 6, to 7, to 8. Okay, so here's our code. We now know how to decode it. I'm sorry, after being discharged. So now we are allowed to go read the message, so we don't have to go through all the trouble. This is our final letter from August 14th. Let us read it. There's our text. There's our hints about the flowers. There's our order, 1587-3246, which is, I'll just confirm here, exactly what we've got here, 1587-3246. Now we get to read it. I'm sorry, after being discharged, I was forced to gather my belongings and leave the grounds. I do not regret our love, but rather that I cut our last night short by going to your father's morning address. Know that I love you very much, as well as the child which you bear. Keep it safe from Nicholas and that snake Giuseppe, and let no one know it is mine. They will take it from you. Let me go, for I will remain forever yours, your tamer. I see. I see. So she's calling him her tamer, but it's not the lion tamer. It's the stable boy. Don't you think? There's a note on the payroll of an artist that leave the circus. You don't think it's the stable boy? The snake is Giuseppe, the lion tamer. They refer to him as the snake. So the lion tamer is in love with her for sure, but she's having an affair with someone else. You don't think it's the stable boy? Okay, let's see who left. You're saying someone left, an artist that left the circus. Well, there was the horse rider that moved, but that doesn't make sense. She's exchanging letters with this person on August 14th. So he's just getting ready to leave. This is going to be the stable boy. Whoever may have left, they left too early for her to be involved with. This is the stable boy. The black ex-slave stable boy is the one she's in love with. And she calls him the tamer because he managed to tame her. He's the horse tamer, maybe. So now let's go read let's go read the stable boy's statement. Now that we believe that he is the one that Elizabeth is in love with. Let's read his statement. Julius. Let's read Julius' statement again. I've never viewed Nicholas Maester as an enemy. He was the one who hired me to work at the circus. Why would I wish him dead? Do not look at me, for God's sake. I was stable boy to Giuseppe, that beloved lion tamer. I have no knowledge of what occupied Nicholas during his final days. He argued much with Ari, his son. On Monday morning, I could vaguely see a figure stumbling past the wagons, a person of small stature. Cannot see very well, of course, but you know to whom I refer. Suspicious, if you ask me. Some shady dealings were going on by the hollow tree trunk. I do not know who was running them. I only know that one could get anything they wanted there as long as one was patient enough. The past few days, I did not see Elizabeth. That is, Nicholas's daughter. So he gets caught using her first name. Then he says, I mean Nicholas's daughter. On the field very much. He was quarreling with her also. Makes one wonder about the effects of that calming tea he had every morning. My being discharged has nothing to do with his death. His reasons for dismissing me are irrelevant. Yeah, because you were having an affair with the daughter. This, I swear to you, he was angry with me, with almost everyone, but I not with him. There was no other issues to speak of. Yesterday morning, I was at the pond between 7:30 and 8:30, washing Cagliari's boots and clothing before the show. I rushed to the morning's address only to hear how I would be discharged. That makes sense. So he actually heard that he's being discharged the morning of the murder. And here he is in his message saying, after being discharged, I was forced to gather my belongings. Our last night short by going to your father's morning address. Okay. So I think, and we know that let's paste it in here. So we know Giuseppe loves her, and we know Giuseppe found one of their letters. So I wonder if Giuseppe assumed that she was sending him a message that she wanted her father dead, and he killed her father thinking that he would then be able to be with her. We still don't really understand this part, but it may be simply a red herring of the son trying to sneak in and get money or something. But let's read our last piece of evidence that we haven't read. Maybe it is the son did kill him and it has nothing to do with the affair, the pregnancy or anything. All right, so this is our last piece of physical evidence we haven't read, I believe. So, oh, it's the vial. The Angel Maker vial with poison in it. Okay, so on it, it says, let's take a close look. Angel Maker dose, only use following doctor's prescription, 120 milliliters. So if someone used basically the whole vial, I am not going to taste test this. All right, now it's wrapped up in this paper. What is this paper about? Oh, this is a little forensic analysis of this chemical. I guess this is going to tell us what we've already figured out, that it's an abortive. Let's see. The nature of the substance carrying the name of Angel Maker may shed more light on the case. Recently, 2 different concoctions have given rise to colloquially carry this name. One possibility is the poison known better as arsenic, which will at once result in death when used in high dosage. The second option is a strong antihistoriac to soothe intense emotions in women, flights of anguish, aggression, and even undesirable passions can be subdued to a numbness. We are told, I don't know, to determine which of these was found on the grounds of Circus Maester, one must use the following method. 3/4 water is to be added to the residual powder. Beware to use neutral water with as little additives as possible. The residue is to blend fully with the water. When necessary, one can shake the liquid delicately. Any discoloration of the water indicates the presence of a chemical compound. In order to determine which type of chemical is involved, we need to look carefully at the different shades of the liquid. Upon mixing with the water, the compound should assume a blue color, be it light or dark. If it does that, then we know we are dealing with either arsenic or antihysteria and can rule out other chemicals. To determine which of these 2 we are dealing with, one should simply expose the liquid to carbon monoxide. This can be done by blowing carefully into the liquid through a narrow tube. Our own lung capacity should be enough to start the chemical process. When the liquid starts to turn a mixture of red and white, culminating in a bright pink, we can rule out arsenic. If the liquid, however, changes from blue to green, this indicates the presence of arsenic. When there's doubt about the hue, adding more neutral water may alleviate ambiguity. So this is another one of these puzzles that uses a little bit of chemistry. So it's telling us, first we put some water, we shake it up, we should see blue. That rules out other weird chemicals, but then we still don't know if it's arsenic or if it's this other stuff. If it turns red and white and pink, then it doesn't have arsenic in it. If it turns green, it does have arsenic in it. And Angel Maker has 2 different forms. One is arsenic, which kills people in high doses. The other one is a strong antihysteric to soothe intense emotions in women, flights of anguish, aggression, and even undesirable passions. So I guess the game is trying to tell us that we're going to figure out whether this is the kind of Angel Maker that you would just use as a sedative or the kind of Angel Maker that you would use as poison. But I think it's going to be arsenic used to kill the baby. maybe Giuseppe wanted revenge on the stable boy who was his rival. That makes a lot of sense that he's framed the stable boy. Arsenic is said to have a garlic smell. Yeah, I think we're gonna find it. I think we're gonna find it's arsenic, and that it was meant as an abortive. But let's run the chemical tests after our next break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've been playing for 4.5 hours here. There are 11 concurrent viewers, 13 likes. We've seen the last of our evidence, and we're left with a little gimmicky little chemical reactions to do as to resolve some tests. There's a request in the chat that I revisit the questions. We're going to do all that in a second, but I think we should do this. We should finish this up first. So, two different chemical substances that go under the name Angel Maker. One has arsenic, one doesn't. And we've got a test here to figure out which is in this found chemical. So we are going to do that now. We're going to run these tests. Two tests, one just adding water, and it sounds like the other one sort of blowing carbon dioxide into over this substance, which we should be able to do just by breathing and seeing what color changes. So let's see if we can't start early with some water. How much water are we supposed to put in it? 3/4 of water is to be added to the residual powder. And it looks like by 3/4, they mean 3/4 up the container, not by volume or weight of the thing, which doesn't make sense, but it's fine by us. But you can see from this diagram, it looks like 3/4 water. So let us do this. Okay. We're going to add water here. Oh boy. Okay. So, oh, that's much too much. How did that happen? Oh, it was in the cylinder. All right, well, I've added too much water. It has turned blue. So blue is good. Let me get rid of some of this. Hopefully we can still do our test here. Okay, so I should have been more careful with that. All right, now that we've got blue, we now go to stage 2. Stage 2 says we add carbon monoxide, which we should be able to generate just as the when breathing. Okay, so we know it's not got other stuff. Expose the liquid to carbon monoxide. This can be done by blowing carefully into the liquid through a narrow tube. Our own lung capacity should be enough. All right, so let's see if we can do this. Should be turning green or pink. Those are our two options. Maybe if I like hyperventilate, that should generate carbon monoxide. Carbon dioxide? Carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide. Blow carefully through a narrow tube. Our own lung capacity should be enough. It should either go red and white and turn pink. Then we can rule out arsenic. If it goes green, it is arsenic. All right, I'm going to try to carbon monoxide. I'm going to try to hyperventilate. Well, what do you want from me, game? What does it want from me to do? Should turn one or the other. How do I hold my breath? Is that what will generate extra carbon monoxide in my lungs? What is this game? These real fragile things. I mean, what does it want? What does it want from me? Am I not giving it enough carbon monoxide? How am I gonna, what do you want for me to do as the designers? What button do you want me to push on my body to generate more carbon monoxide? And it says, if there's any doubt, add more water, but we've already added too much water. I mean, if you had to guess, I guess you'd say it's turning a little greenish, but it still seems like a very stupid thing. Have I tried covering it so no new air can get in? But like if I take a deep breath, then I'm blowing oxygen and air in. So do I have to hold my breath? What? I mean, it is turning a little greenish, but I just wish it was a little clearer. Maybe it's too much water, but it says if there's any doubt, add more water. I can hold my breath again. I guess it's turning greenish. Just a very weird choice. All right, let's hold it. All right. So I guess it's greenish. Looking here, I don't know if you can tell. Maybe it's harder for you to tell. But if I compare the one exposed to oxygen and this one, it definitely looks greenish. Greener-ish. I can't say I'm thrilled with this little puzzle, but it does look greener to me. Maybe I'll pour some out and you can compare it to the blue here. There, okay, that's greener, right? That's greener than this. All right, so I guess our answer is it's turned green. Let me carefully put this over here. All right, it's definitely greener than the blue liquid. All right, so let's remind ourselves, what does it mean? John says, hey, we could check the hints. I think you're right. PJ Money Cut says, I don't think that's going to hold up in court. It might hold up in court in the 1800s. Okay, so blue to green, we do have arsenic. Okay, and then we can check the hints to confirm that. Let's find the hints about the liquid. Judicial inquest here. Okay, so text only says the instructions for blowing. For testing, follow the instructions. Trying to find out what happened. What documents? It seems like it's giving us more hints here than we wanted. Follow the coroner's instructions using a chemical process. What kind of poison was used? There's a straw in the box you can use. There is? There's no straw in the box, but that's okay. We had our own straw. All right. Well, this doesn't tell you. This doesn't tell you what the answer should be. That feels like a miss. And in fact, it says what kind of poison. All right. So this is a little miss here in terms of the hints for the judicial inquest, because there's no hint for the poison test. That's the only document that we can get a hint on. And for some reason, it doesn't tell us what color we should have seen. Okay. Well, we've now seen all the evidence. Let's go revisit our questions. We saw the evidence and a little more that we didn't want to see in terms of that hint to the judicial inquest. But let's see. Who murdered him? What was their motive? What object was used to commit the murder? And how did the culprit gain access to it? So there's arsenic in the angel maker. Our guy drank a tea in the morning. We think he was probably poisoned in his tea. Now let's look at what the doctor... Now we're going to reread these statements and see if we can pick up clues. The last time I saw Nicholas, this is the doctor speaking, it was in the twilight hours of Wednesday, the 8th of August. So on the 8th of the August, he gives him this angel maker. So he's had it since the 8th of August. Let's fill in our timeline a little bit. Okay, August 6th is going to be conversation with someone, probably the stable boy, we think. August 8th, doctor gives him angel maker. Okay. I think it's going to be the sun, right? The hay. Do you think if you put the hay in it, it turns even greener? Something about the structure of the hay. Maybe the hay, maybe this used to be a straw, actually. A hay straw. This could have been a straw at some point that got just disintegrated. Or maybe it's actual straw. Let me just see what happens if you put the actual straw in there. Does it turn green? Maybe it's made to turn green with the straw. Possibly, I can't tell. Okay, we'll deal with that later. He could utilize as intended. I've written down comments how to use it, but I forgot to leave it. It's on my desk. The performers came round for a physical examination on August 9th, which should be confirmed by our billing here. August 9th was the August 8th was the preparation that he paid the doctor, and August 9th is the medical exams. I'm not sure why that's relevant, but it feels like it might be. I think I'm looking for the sun. That's what I'm looking for. All of the performers came for their physical examination. From the strong man to Nicholas's wee son. The latter is the swindler who reeks so pungently of spirits that even this pamphlet, which I acquired yesterday, could be used to subdue a cow. Each of them had an equal chance to see the recipe and draw from it certain conclusions. So all of the people who came to visit the doctor on August 9th would have seen the instructions about the poison. Yes, that's what he's saying. I cannot think of any reason why anyone would try to kill him. But he says, I suspect the slave. And then he's saying, I'm not going to tell you what the director was going to do with this angel maker because it was going to be used as an abortive, that he wasn't going to take it himself. Okay, let's read the sun, because I suspect it's the sun. Or it could be Giuseppe. But let's read what the sun says, because I suspect him in that map. But let's see. Never had any enemies, didn't believe in that. Their friends or enemies, only competitors and profiteers. Remember, that's what he wrote here. He wrote competitors and profiteers. Absolute nonsense, Father. That was his credo, as it were. He was angry. I did not have the complete picture, but he was feuding with my little sister Elizabeth, that untamable shrew. That's why she's saying the stable boy tamed her. They had a row about something or other. He locked her in the wagon. He doesn't know about it. He says he doesn't know about it. Last week on Sunday, I think Nicholas was also quarreling with Julius Bilt, the stable boy. He was the stable boy who was discharged during the address of yesterday. By the way, I would not at all be surprised if you managed to find any incriminating evidence against him, which we did. His kind is never to be trusted. And Giuseppe, have you gotten around to him yet? Italian had his issues with Nicholas as well, fancying himself as a king with his big cats. What's more, I saw a man with a big mustache shuffling across the circus grounds on the night before the murder. Regarding tensions with me, hardly noteworthy. I owed him some money. Simply a minor quibble between father and son. It goes without saying, I'd already in the process of repaying him. I'm not sure that's true. He says, I was spreading pamphlets in Dalston to promote our circus only yesterday at 8 o'clock. We were not enemies. He did not believe in any such thing, and it would be a lunatic to kill my father over some small amount of money. I guess that makes sense. Nothing inconsistent there. And we do see that his schedule shows that he should have been distributing money on distributing the pamphlets on Tuesday, just like he said. That's where he should have been. It's this map that's so suspicious. Maybe we'll get to that later. Now let's look at Giuseppe. See if he gives anything away. Nicholas was my boss and my role model. Circus full of bandits. Consider the son. He will now be the new director. That's motive. Always had shifty eyes. Arguing, always arguing. He stole from his papa. That was what their arguing was all about. The night before the murder, I see a dark man with frizzy hair skulking about. Now, that's a description of the stable boy, but it's very weird for him to say it like this. Like, why wouldn't he recognize his own stable boy? He seems like he gives a hint. And then he says, well, yeah, consider Julius, the servant who was cleaning the cages. He was discharged yesterday morning. Now I have to find another to clean the cages. He could have killed him. The uncouth man. The only person I trust above all else is Elizabeth. She was trapped and had been all week, but I released her after the death of the director. Where was I yesterday morning? I was with the Lions very early. They must be calm before the show. I was there early, just before 8. So that's his claim. What does Elizabeth say? The father was strict. He wanted to protect us. We were all loyal to him. There were tensions. He locked her in the thing. Giuseppe released her after the incident. She says there were 5 of them who didn't show up. She doesn't know why. Must be one of the 5 that weren't at the meeting. Shady goings on by the hollow tree trunk. I don't know who was running. I only know that one could get anything they wanted there. As long as they're patient enough. I'm not understanding why you would want to go there for stuff. I'm not sure what this has to do with anything. On Monday morning, I could vaguely see a figure stumbling past the wagons, a person of small stature. Is that Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday? He's supposed to be there. Is he saying that he's seeing the sun go there on Monday morning? And what is he doing there? We're told the lock was broken earlier, and we're told that he steals from his father. So I wonder if this is not just a plan by Arya the son, how to steal money from his father's wagon. Because look, I think this is important. This plan that we found in the son's drawings, okay, it's actually from the 13th. and it says force lock with stone. When, after the performance, keep an eye on line of sight, people that could see it. So I think the important thing here is, look, this is a plan to steal from the father, and it happened the day before. Because part of his plan is to force the lock with stone, to break the lock. And we're told that on the day of the poisoning, the lock had already been broken the previous day, previously. That's why anyone could have gotten in. So I think, I'm not sure where we read that, but I think that that's why it's the son is a red herring, because this map plan was a plan to break in and steal money and break the lock with stone. And we know that was not the plan to murder because the lock was already broken. I forget who tells us that. Who tells us that the lock was already broken? Does anyone remember? Was it the doctor or the madam? Tea I provided him with. The tea that moment was still steeping. Must have been during this window when one of the four suspects took the opportunity, but who? They all have their own separate fields. Someone for sure tells us that the lock was already broken. It doesn't seem to be the fortune teller. Where are other documents? This is them finding him guilty, and evidence was in the caravan of the defendant. Smelled of garlic. Allow me to warm you with this scarf until the time comes. Maybe it was the stable boy or Giuseppe. Broken locker was mentioned not in the interviews. Where then was it mentioned? Do you think this is significant that might catch the lion tamer in a lie? If the stable boy is cleaning his boots and clothing between 7:30 and 8:30, then Giuseppe can't be walking around. I'd like to find the confirmation part about the broken lock. Was it in the newspaper? Oh, here. Cup was found sitting on a table containing traces of tea and an unknown substance. Because the lock to the wagon was recently broken, an individual would have been able to tamper with the tea without much effort. So it just says it was recently broken. I still think that means the sun broke in the previous day. Okay. Who murdered him? What was their motive? What object was used? How did the culprit gain access to it? Oh, a little tricky here. I want to see. I mean, the most obvious culprit is Giuseppe. Let me see where he says he was, because the stable boy said he was washing his clothes and boots. Yesterday morning, I was with the Lions very early. They must be calm before the show. I was there early, just before 8. So I wonder if that must be a lie, because his boots and clothing were being washed. Stable boy get his physical, even though we don't suspect him. Can we eliminate him based on pay record and physicals? This is tricky. All right, so let's go over, though, what we think. Okay. I think, I don't know, all the circus people got it. It doesn't really say what. Okay, let's go over what we think. Elizabeth is in love with the stable boy. The stable boy's in love with her. She gets pregnant from the stable boy. The father finds out. The father says, no, I'm not going to let you two get married. Fires the stable boy on that morning. A week earlier, he's gotten an abortive with arsenic from the doctor. It's in his wagon. The doctor has got his recipe for it, showing that it's made of arsenic. in his office where all of the circus people come to get their physical, and he says they all could have seen it. So everyone in the circus knows that there's arsenic available in the director's wagon. Anyone who could get into the wagon could get the arsenic. However, we know he was poisoned during drinking his morning tea, which had to happen around 8 a.m. And then it had a delayed effect, and he died by noon. And then it's found in the stable boy's possession. That's what gets him convicted. So whoever murdered our guy got the arsenic, we think, from this prescribed medicine, but added it to the tea around 8 o'clock, somewhere between 8 and 8:30, right? So someone had to have access to his wagon somewhere between 8 and 8:30. We believe the son has an alibi handing out pamphlets, although I'm not sure we know it. Well, that's what he says, and that's consistent with his statement. We know the stable boy has no motive. There are two people with real motives. The lion tamer, who's in love with Elizabeth and has discovered a letter showing that Elizabeth is having an affair with the stable boy. So he would have every reason to want to frame the stable boy and make it look like the stable boy has killed the father to get rid of his competition. Or the son could have killed his father to escape monetary debt. So all my instincts are all pointing to Giuseppe, mainly because I think this map showing where to get in, which belonged to the son, is a map to steal. And he says when, he says after performance. Like, this is a plan to break in on the previous night. Is the son's alibi confirmed by the fact that the doctor got a pamphlet from him? That's a very good point. So we're told that he was given him a pamphlet. I think it's this pamphlet here. And it's reeked so much of alcohol. Wait a second. We didn't read this. This is something we didn't look at. We didn't see this. We didn't read the back of this. Holy cow, we almost missed this. Order, payment and delivery. This is in code. Write down the order, each letter in a square on the map, but only where the grass is tall. From elephant to equestrian, from north to south, south until you reach. This is instructions for how to get some illegal stuff at the special tree. Some illegal drugs, maybe. Payment and delivery. Write each letter in the squares on the map. From monkey to lion. Repeat from north to south until you've reached the equestrian. Omit the tall grass, the main tent, and the 3 large isolated trees. These are people writing back and forth. Payment and delivery. Write the order. Payment and delivery, write the order. Do not be concerned with the paths order. Start at the grounds entrance, north to the water, so and so, go past the fountain, turn left between the lions. Payment start at the equestrian and go around the old tree. Delivery. Northeast tree, start again along the path. Turn left again tonight before the entrance to the main tent and immediately south after. All right. Well, this is an important clue here. We do have handwriting that we should be able to see. I mean, we have the sun's handwriting. Look at the C's are very pronounced. And the G's. Wow, the G is really pronounced. Do you see any of those C's or G's here? Can we identify that one of these is from the sun? Surely one of these is going to be from the sun. Look at these S's. Start, start, start. Okay, do we have an uppercase S here? There's an S. That's going to be our S. That's our S right there. Okay. So large shoes south. Okay. So this is the sun's writing. Now my question to you is this going to be Giuseppe's writing? Do we have Giuseppe's writing? I'm not sure that we do. I'm not sure that we do. All right, let's see if we can make sense of this. Write down the order, each letter in a square on the map, but only where the grass is tall. So we have a grid only where the grass is tall. Does that mean where the trees are? Marco says Giuseppe's handwriting on the note where he gives a scarf as a gift to Elizabeth. Is this Giuseppe or is this the stable boy? Is this Giuseppe and he's thinks she loves him? Or is this from the stable boy? I'm a little confused about that. It's either Giuseppe misunderstanding a letter from Elizabeth to the stable boy and thinking it's to him. Is that what we think is going on here? You know, I said S is S, but really, this writing is not that far from this writing. Get that W. I'm a little bit confused. Let's put aside the handwriting issues for again and try to figure out this code. Write down the order. Okay, so the order, do not be concerned with the paths order. Start with the grounds entrance. Write down the order, each letter in a square on the map, but only where the grass is tall. From elephant to equestrian, repeat from north to south until you reached the lion. There's the lion. Oh boy. It's weird. We've got like order, payment, and delivery. Two things in code. And then this whole instruction of how to write it, this whole instruction of how to write it, this whole instruction of how to write it, this whole instruction of how to write it. Like, why are there 4 different instructions of how to write it? Write down the order, each letter in a square on the page. From elephant to equestrian, repeat from north to south until you reach the lion. And the next instruction says, write each letter in the squares of the map from monkey to lion. Repeat from north to south again, he says, until you've reached the equestrian. Omit the tall grass. Omit the tall grass here. Then he says, only where the grass is tall. So you write the order. There's different ways to write it. Each letter in a square on the map. So it's telling us how to write an order in the map, on the map. And now, does that mean we take this order, M-A-N-S-I-T, and we're going to fill in the letters in a certain order? And then what? Are we going to read it in a different order? In both cases, we write in squares in a certain order, north to south until you've reached equestrian. So on one, we're going to do it until we get to the stable, maybe, for horses. And in another one, we go omit the tall grass, the main tent, and the 3 large isolated trees. So if you look at this, the 3 large isolated trees, we've got this one, and this one. So it seems to be instructions for writing in this grid, and then I guess we're going to read it out somehow differently. But let me... This instruction says, don't be concerned with the path order. Start at the ground entrance. North to the water. Follow the stream until you've passed the 5 wagons. Follow the stream until you pass the 5 wagons. These are all instructions for reading letters off the grid, I guess. Amen. Starting at the Lions, go south, turn left at the end, turn left again, turn right before the entrance. So these are all ways to read off the map grid. Write down the order, each letter in a square on the map. So do we fill out this map by... From elephant to equestrian. Repeat from north to south until you've reached the lion. Each on the square. From monkey to lion. North to south until you reach the equestrian. Until you reach the lion. From monkey. I mean, it sounds like it's telling us how to fill this map with letters and then how to read off the letters. Sounds like we're filling it with letters in different procedures. Like part of the map we're filling with this instruction letters, and then another part we're filling with this letters. And then can we read off the map? This is kind of painful to have to experiment with without writing on it. I suppose we can go around it. It feels like busy work here. I guess what I'm thinking of is just put this map in a transparency. I wonder if I'm getting a little to the point where I'm burned out from this and maybe we'd be better off breaking. It just feels like we're almost done with this game, but I kind of feel like mechanically this game is saying, okay, for the next 3 hours, you'll be figuring out this code. Let's make it as convoluted as we possibly can. But all right, let's try to take a deep breath and mechanically figure out how to write on this map without writing on this map. Okay, I do see now, however, we've got elephants here, lions here. In this corner, we have the equestrian, the horses. And up here, we've got something that I cannot see. What creature is this? Monkey. Okay, there we go. So when it's talking about monkeys and lions and elephants, they're talking about the 4 quadrants of this map. All right. Why do we need powder? Check Jesse. Did you save any of the powder? I didn't save any of the powder, and why would we need the powder? I don't understand that. All right, let's reset. Let's see if we can't experiment with this without writing on it in a way that we can't erase. All right. This is getting more than a little messy. It's getting almost stressfully messy. Can't pass the game on as complete without the powder. Okay, I don't know. That seems like a real non sequitur here. Did you save any of the powder? If the powder is gone, maybe... Oh, I see. You're saying if you can't pass on this game, then you might as well just write on the map. I get it. Okay, don't forget, the game comes with a refill kit. So the refill kit is going to have more powder in it. But I don't know if it's going to have another map in it. So let's try not writing on the map. I have this. This is going to let me write on top of it without damaging it. It's just these pens don't really dry erase on this stuff very easily. So write down the order. Each letter in a square on the map, only where the grass is tall, from the elephant to the equestrian. Repeat from north to south until you've reached the lion, which is here. So that feels like you could fill out the whole grid. Now let's count the letters here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 54 letters. So already I'm confused. Oh, but it says only where the grass is tall. What do we consider where the grass is tall? Is this tall grass? Or is this tree? Only where the grass is tall. Is this tall grass? I think maybe this is tall grass. And so there's no tall grass, no tall grass. Let me just count here. Are those people? So they don't count as tall grass? Boy, it's really pushing it. It's really pushing my patience in terms of combinatoric maybes. One, I'm trying to count the number of potential things before I do it, so I don't waste my time spending a half hour filling out a grid on a hunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So if we think there are 24 letters to fill in, the question is, are there 24 tall grasses? 1, 2. Does this count? 3? Does this count? Oh boy, I really hate when puzzles are designed like this. There's like 10 questions that combine, and each one is like maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. maybe 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I guess that's close enough to 24 to probably be right. But boy, that is just... All right. And now we have to... Now if we make one mistake here, everything breaks. If we skip one square, it all breaks. M... Well, let me try writing these in the upper left here. In case we have to write more stuff, which I guess we do. M-A... Does this count? I guess this doesn't count as tall. That's tall grass, but I guess there's none here. And that's an A. Hopefully I'll be able to read that. And we don't think this is tall grass, and we don't think this is tall grass, and we're going north to south. This is going to be an N. Jonathan says, don't hesitate to, or DJ Moneycut says, don't hesitate to take a hint if it saves your sanity. I think I am going to be taking a hint on this rather soon because I really don't enjoy this. I mean, I enjoy the figuring out of the basic contours of a puzzle. I just hate this combinatoric ambiguities in every element of it. And the ease in which you could mess up, make a small mistake, and break it completely. Like what's going to happen if I get to the end of this and I have one leftover grid. Okay. S. Has this got tall grass on it? Yes. And then I inevitably find out I'm not showing something on the screen that I should have shown. This got tall grass? Yes. But not this? W, M, A, G. That's an A, I guess. A, G, A. N. Is that a D or an L? This is what I'm talking about. Like, why do I want 30 different combinatoric ambiguities? D, maybe? E, G, N. Whoops! All bad because what? We've missed one with high grass somewhere? Really? Really? Imagine if you wrote on the map, so where is the square that has tall grass that I haven't indicated? Can you see it? Is it here? Is this 3 little dots of tall grass? Is it here? Maybe, no, I already used that grid. The one with the wagons. Here, you think, has tall grass? Because of this? Yes, you're right. I think that does have tall grass. So now I have to try to erase this whole thing and do it again. Boy, it's just annoyance. Just annoyance. It's just work. Annoying work. M A N S. God help me if I make a different mistake here. TREER. This got tall grass, I guess. Okay, I should have left the other letters on here so I would know when I was making a mistake. S A, I guess. W M. Can you at least see it? A G A N. I think maybe a D, maybe an L. E G N A, maybe. That's part one. Like, okay, cute. I'm done. I figured out what you're trying to do. But now I got to go through this 3 more times. Okay. Next step. Write each letter in the squares on the map from monkey to lion. Repeat from north to south until you've reached the horse. Omit the tall grass. At least now we can just do every other one. But also the main tent and the 3 large isolated trees. Okay. Monkey to horse. Okay, well, at least we've identified the monkey is up here. So we know the order we're going in, but we're ignoring the trees. No tree. We're ignoring the main tent, whole area. And the three trees and the tall grass. Okay. So we're skipping the tall grass. So we skip all the ones we already did. M A N S I T. Skipping that. R E E. Skipping that. R E K S A. Skipping these trees. W. This isn't gonna work. I guess for this we're supposed to be writing the delivery phrase, not the order phrase. Now I have to try to figure out what these letters say here. We're skipping, fuck me. We're skipping this one because it's the big tree. S. North to south, it says. North to south. S. Y. I should just transcribe this first so I don't have to keep trying to read this. Or maybe I cannot be such a jerk and just put on my glasses. SYON A no GUD no 1 3 3 5 H E maybe an N, maybe an L. No, maybe an L. R, but we're skipping. Maybe an R, can't quite read it. Maybe it's a N instead, I don't know. N L R I F F. Skipping because of this tree that branches too. I assume I'm supposed to skip both of them. E. Where's the main tent that I was supposed to skip? Okay, I did skip it. E. T. U. P. And something's gone wrong. Okay, that was because that's an isolated tree. E. U. P. Okay, so far it's been unpleasant, but we don't have a disaster. DJ Moneycut says, I'm going to be shocked if this works. Oh, this is going to work. It's just not pleasant. So we've done the first two. Now it says, do not be concerned with the paths. So I think it's saying to skip these paths. Do not be concerned with the path. No. It says, do not be concerned with the path's order. Start at the ground entrance. Go north to the water. Follow the stream until you've passed the 5 wagons. Turn right. Go back. Passing over the open field. Go past the fountain and the palm reader. Then turn left between the lions and the pond and leave the park. So that sounds like it's going to be a message that we can uncover by following these instructions now that we've filled this grid with letters. Don't be concerned with the path's order. Start at the grounds entrance here. Let me get this on the thing so you can see it. Start at the grounds entrance. Go north to the water. GNGE. Really? Do not be concerned with the path's order. Okay, that must mean something. I'm just going to write this out because this is clearly correct. GNG. Get to the water. ED. ED. GNG. ED. We get to the water. Follow the stream until you're past the 5 wagons. So then we have whatever this letter is. A-K-E-R-I-N-G. That looks more like a word. Makering. I-R-I-N-G. Till we get past the 5 wagons. Fine. Turn right and go back over the open field. Go back. What do you mean go back? Turn right. It's not going back. But I can go this way. A. Oh, maybe it means go this way. Okay. A. S. T. E. R. That's the fountain. And the palm reader. Okay. S. W. A. Turn left between the lions and the pond, which would be here. G. Then turn left between the lions and the pond and leave the park. I guess that means this way. G-A-N. Well, that direction was fine, but the letters seem wrong. See what the chat says. Angel, that D was an L. So this is an A, not a G. A-N-G. And this letter here was an L. Ridiculous. Angel maker in Maester's wagon. Okay. Angel maker in Maester's wagon. So we actually, so many of these letters are wrong. But it did spell out something. Angel maker in Maester's wagon is what we've got from this. Now we go to this. Payment. It says for these instructions, maybe I'll use 2 cubes. Start at the equestrian here. Go around the old tree. Start at the equestrian, go around the old tree. So let's assume this is the old tree. P-U-T, put F-L florins 5, H-E-R-E. Put 5 florins here in the old tree. That's payment. Lastly, delivery. Start at the northeast lonely tree. Northeast lonely tree. Walk toward the northwest lonely tree. But stop before you reach it. IN3DAYS. In 3 days, start again at the lion. In 3 days, let's write that down. In 3 days. Start at the lion, go south. What are you talking about? Start again at the lions. Maybe they mean these lions. Yes. Start again at the lions. Go south, turn left at the end. O-N-E, no, on A, turn left, U-G, on August, turn right for the entrance to the main tents. On August, and immediately south after, on August 13th. Okay. The delivery is August 13th. Angel Maker Maester's Wagon is the order. The payment is 5 florins. And the delivery is August 13th. Well, Master's Wagon, Maester's Wagon, whatever. Is it not whatever? Should I think of... And that's kind of important, isn't it? Because maybe the servant refers to the guy he's the workers for is as master. Either way, well, okay. All right, let's take a break. I'll have to get out the whiskey again. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, you guys talk. If it really says Master's Wagon, is it possible that it's the servant boy working with the son? Would anyone but the servant boy call it the Master's Wagon? Definitely says Master's Wagon. Could it be the Ringmasters? I mean, everyone else called him the director. Well, we have handwriting. So we can try to do some handwriting analysis. Sorry, I gotta get this stuff washed out of my mouth. This is unpleasant. Now I see why people don't eat on camera. How do I do this? I can take myself off camera. Well, we're done with this, right? Surely well, I'm afraid. I don't want to do it again, but I guess if we needed to, we could go back to it. Oh, there's so many documents here. Are there any documents that I almost missed looking at the back of that one. I wonder if there's anything else I forgot to look at the back of. But I think from my perspective, I'm interested in a handwriting analysis of this document. DJ says, do you understand the 3-part recipe from the doctor? I really don't, to be honest. I really don't understand the doctor's recipe. The whole part about her wishes, let me just try to organize everything a little bit better here. Where is the doctor's recipe? On the skulls. Oh boy. Where is the doctor's recipe? Here. Is this what we think the recipe anyone could have seen was? He says, flask containing 120 milliliter of Angel Maker for fastening your daughter's health. Fostering your daughter's health. It's extremely potent. It needs to be handled and administered with the utmost care and attention. Half of this amount should produce the desired effect. And then there's another part of that recipe. Why? Oh, no, it's not part of the recipe, but it's here. Purchase shawl. Evening meal and gin in morning tea. Her wish becomes reality. That's the part I don't understand, but this is on the in the envelope of moldy things that the letter was in. Is this the letter that Giuseppe intercepted? And so do we think this is all Giuseppe's stuff? He's the one who gives her a scarf. Here it's called a shawl here, though. But we don't know if this is Giuseppe's. Allow me to warm you with this scarf until the time comes. Well, I wanted to do some handwriting analysis here. To me, it seems like the person stealing breaking in to the master's wagon to steal the Angel Maker is the son. Like, this is his plan to break in on the 13th. It feels like that's when it was stolen and by the son. So if these are two people talking, and the message is payment and delivery. Someone is ordering something. Here's payment and delivery. So we've got this black handwriting is one person, and the red is another. I guess. Although it's hard to understand how they've come up with this joint code if it's just if it's two people. But basically, this is filling out the grid, and then here's the order. This person says The order is Angel Maker in Master's Wagon. And then this person says, put 5 florins here in the old tree, and delivery is August 13th. Five florins, August 13th. This person is making an order. We're told by someone, I forget who, that you can order stuff at this old tree and you can get almost anything. It just takes a delay. Who told us that? Because that person is revealing a huge amount of how this murder weapon was acquired. So whoever told us that is surely not lying. Where is the person who tells us about the tree you can get anything? We should also be looking for someone who refers to him as Master. Where is the tree? Where is the tree? If you ask me, some shady dealings were going on by the hollow tree trunk. I don't know who was running them, but you could get anything as long as you're patient enough. That is the servant boy. Okay, the servant boy is innocent. He's saying that you can get anything you want at the tree. Someone has come, they've made an order for the Angel Maker in the Master's Wagon, and they're told it's going to be 5 florins. Put it in the tree. I'll deliver it by August 13th. On August 13th, the son has planned out a robbery and conducted it. So that's when the Angel Maker was stolen, the day before. Someone paid him 5 florins, which you'll note he pays in I believe we saw him paying in. Yes, look. Payment for debt, 5 florins. So he has been paid on August 13. He has been hired to steal it. He has stolen it. He has delivered it. Now the question is, who is ordering it? Whose handwriting is this? Who is ordering this Angel Maker stolen from the thing? And I wonder if it's not the... I wonder if it's not the fortune teller. Okay. Look, first of all, I'm trying to look at this handwriting and see something. I see some real T's have very long crosses on the top of them. Straight as an arrow crosses on the top of the T's. They frequently go through the next letter. That is not the handwriting of the fortune teller. The fortune teller, our T's do have long crosses, but they're all curlied up. Can you see how curved the T's are? There may be other differences, but the T's here are straight as an arrow, and these T's are all curled up. So this is not the fortune teller asking for this to be stolen. Now, is it this person? Well, big, long, straight T's. Big, long, straight T's. So the T's are consistent. What else, though? Unfortunately, we're a little confused about the provenance of this map, of this letter. But what do we see here? Anything telling about this handwriting? I do notice that these T's have big descenders. Like, look at this T going down below the baseline. Again, this T goes down below the baseline. T down below the baseline. Not this one. This one does. These T's don't seem to be going below the baseline. And look at the here, THE, with the T and the H not connected. This person, when they write the THE, they curl up the T right up to the H. So this order is not being placed by this person. Although I'm not sure who this is. I don't know if it's Julius the servant or not. Here's the doctor. The doctor's T's look nothing like that letter. Obviously not the doctor. What about this person's handwriting? Here's a T. It's straight. It curls back up. I checked the few letters. It appears all handwriting of the sun, both red and black. That can't be, can it? It's an interesting concept that the same person is writing both of these. It is a little confusing. Is it the same person writing both of these? Is it the same person writing both of these? It doesn't look the same to me. Does it look the same to you? Do these handwriting look the same? They don't look the same to me. These seem very compact this way. Short, narrow words, and these feel very stretched out. Check the word north. Let's see. North to south. North. Here's a north here. Oh, where was it? There's a north, and here's a north. Yeah, they look pretty similar, I gotta admit. 2 looks pretty similar too. South looks pretty similar. Until you've. Y looks pretty different. Let's see, tall grass. Omit the tall grass. The grass is tall. Let's look at the W. Here's a W right down. Here's a W. They look very different. But hard to sort of wrap your head around the idea that one person is writing back and forth with different pen. It's really hard to wrap my head around. I mean, it's weird no matter what, like how these instructions for filling this grid like are in 4 different parts with different handwriting. Like this is saying how to write down half the letters. This is saying how to write down the other half the letters. This is saying what the order is. This is saying when it's to be delivered and what the payment is. That's already very confusing to figure out why this is being written in 2 different times, places, people. We know the son is involved, and we did match this with the son's handwriting, I think, right? These. So if the son is writing all of this, what's he writing down? Writing instructions. He's stealing it. So someone's writing to him. Okay, think of it this way. The thing that says put 5 florins here in the tree, delivery August 3rd, that has to be the son writing it. How is someone writing a coded message about what they want to order in this weird way? But it's obviously Ari, the son, who's saying, hey, this is what I want, the 5 florins, and I'll deliver by August 13th, because it says put the 5 florins in the tree. And we know the son gets the 5 florins and pays back his father some. So we know the Ari is being paid the 5 florins. So he's obviously writing this to the person who's placing the order. The person who's placing the order This is a very confusing to try to understand if there are two people here. Certainly two pens. It seems like they're two different people. The handwriting size looks different, but they don't look that different in terms of the letters. Let me look at the thes, because the thes here are really double lined through the T and the H. Let me look at this, guys. They're not really. They're, yes. They're not really, just a little bit. They're not really, just a little bit. I mean, it's through it, but here it's like dramatically through the H. Not really. Look, the thes are different. The thes of this person barely touch the H. Barely touch the H. Barely touch the H. The T barely touches the H. Right? But now look at this person's the H. The T is almost like it's a double T. Here we go again. Double T. Double T. Double T. Double T. Double T for the. Like the thes of this guy are very rarely double. T just doesn't even go past the H. Doesn't even go past the H. Doesn't even go past the H. So I think these are two different handwritings. And our analysis of what's happening tells us that this one has to be Ari. So Ari is the person that doesn't double his the. Unfortunately, he doesn't write the very often in his book. He doesn't ever write it in his book. Be nice to confirm it. DJ Money said, the top looks like the same person wrote the order and the payment, which makes no sense. I'm not sure that's true. What it looks like is they wrote the word order, but then someone else wrote this part. And then our black letter wrote, and then he wrote payment and delivery. So this person, black, has written order, what do you want? And then someone else does that. First paragraph starts right down the order. Jonathan says, well, you're right, but that's even more confusing because the order is written in that same handwriting, or written in this person. This is right down the order, and then here's the order written down. So the same handwriting, the same pen that's saying write down the order is the same handwriting that's doing the order. Write down the order. So these are instructions. So is it, maybe is the way to read it that this is all written by one person, but these two lines are written by the other person? This line and this line is the other person? And so we should be looking for this handwriting? And is the same person writing down the order and the delivery? No, because this says, this is the part that says delivery August 13th, put 5 florins here. This handwriting looks different from this handwriting, though, doesn't it? But I'm about ready to throw up my hands about analyzing handwriting and trying to figure out who wrote this, because it doesn't feel like it makes that much sense. Look at this T with this curl up here. And in fact, this is all lowercase. And this is the lowercase t. Is there anyone else that writes like that with this lowercase t so big? But then if you look at the payment, it's similar T, except it's not any bigger. Let me look at the tarot card T's again. What did we say about her T's? Her T's are completely different. Her T's look nothing like that. I think we may have to give up doing this by handwriting because this is too confusing, this document. Certainly not this guy's T, whatever that is. And I certainly don't for a minute believe it's the Julius, and his T's don't match. This is the doctor's detective notes, so no point in that. These don't have writing. Okay. Marco says the G of the coded order is different from the G of the coded payment. Not enough for me to say anything. This G and this G are not nearly different enough to make any conclusion from my standpoint. They look compatible to me. All right, let's just think about this for a second and put this aside because this is too much. So what does logic say? Logic says that the lion tamer loves Elizabeth. He's discovered that his servant is having a baby with her and stealing her away. And he's decided to frame the servant to get him out of the picture. Even though he was being fired anyway. So maybe he wouldn't have to get rid of him. And there's no real motive for him to kill the ringleader of the circus. But he would have a reason to frame the kid, and maybe he hopes that Elizabeth will fall for him. What does Elizabeth say about the stolen stuff? I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is, let me pause for a second. It seems we only had really two main suspects. It was either the lion tamer or the son. And it feels like the son is now the person who stole the angel maker, so it has to be the lion tamer. Although we were thinking about, could it be the manipulative fortune teller, but we have absolutely no motive for her. I think the culprit saw the doctor's recipe during the fit visit. Then he placed the order to the son to get the poison. Okay. Yes, we know the culprit, but anyone in the whole circus could have seen the doctor recipe. So someone saw it, someone placed the order. DJ Moneycat says, Giuseppe's motive is he found the letter and thinks Elizabeth wants him to do it. Okay, so that's the question I had that I do want to check here. She says someone found her letter. She says the tamer found the letter, but what does she say? Did she think that the tamer found a letter and thinks it's from her to him? Or did he found that... No, look. My dearest butterfly, you are right. I saw the snake walking around with your lost letter to me. So in other words, the lion tamer has figured out that his servant is sleeping with Elizabeth. And I think it might be this letter it's either this letter or one of these other letters, but the lion tamer does not mistakenly think Elizabeth loves him. Because he's found the letter to Elizabeth, not from Elizabeth. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm wrong. This is a letter from the servant. He says, he found your lost letter to me. Okay, you're right. Sorry. Okay. So the lion tamer found a letter. That's why he's so happy when he talks to the fortune teller. Okay. Back up. So we're right. He found this letter. And he thinks it's from him he thinks it's from Elizabeth to the lion tamer because she signs it to the tamer. And he sees the part about where it says, I wish my father was gone. The lion tamer thinks she loves him. That's why when she visits the fortune teller, he's so happy. And so he's killed the father. Okay, I think that's it then. Now I think we got it. So if that's right, then this is the letter that perhaps the lion tamer is writing back to Elizabeth. The lion tamer is writing back to Elizabeth and he has bought her a scarf. I forget where we heard of the scarf, but I do think we heard that somewhere else. So commence our game of love. Okay. 28 July. My dearest tamer, I found a scarf near my wagon, accompanied by a letter saying I love you too. I'm inclined to believe the snake has found new confidence. I will ignore it. Okay. Now it's all coming into play. So before the 28th of July, she writes this letter to her lover, the servant, but the snake finds it. We've got confirmation of that. In this letter, it mentions game and it says, I wish my father was gone so we could be free. This is the lion tamer jumping to the conclusion that Elizabeth loves him. I love you too. I share in your wish. Her wish was that her father would be gone so she could be free. He says, let us now commence our game of love, which she mentions the word game or something. And then he says, I'm going to get you this scarf. And when she meets her, when she writes to her servant, she says, the snake left me a scarf. He's out of control. So now we know that this is written in the lion tamer's handwriting. And furthermore, maybe even more importantly, where's that other document? Is this also his plan to kill the father? Yes. Purchase shawl. Here's the angel maker. It's going to cost him 5 guilders to steal it, to have it stolen by the son. He's going to either put it in the evening meal in the gin or the morning tea with that arrow. That's what he did. And it's her wish. So these two handwritings should be the same. And if our culprit's handwriting is here, it should match this. But we're not 100% sure about whether one person is writing this or two. Now, I would note that this color of this pen looks like this color of this pen. Here's our very pronounced double T's. Here's our very pronounced double T's. TH, TH. There's our super TH straight line across. Super TH straight line across. Super TH straight line across. Color of pen, color of pen. I think we got it. I think that's pretty well settled and makes complete logical sense. Now we've made it make sense. It was sort of staring us in the face, but now it really makes sense with all the letters put together. Okay. Let's look at our questions. I think we should be able to answer them now. Who murdered Nicholas Meister, the lion tamer? What was their motive to get rid of the father of Elizabeth because he thinks that's what Elizabeth wants so she can be with him? What object was used to commit the murder, the angel maker with arsenic in it? How did the culprit gain access to it? He hired Ari to steal it, and Ari is a thief. He goes around stealing things for payment in the old tree. Done. Done and done. And then, in the end, when things go wrong, he frames his servant. And I think for timeline, what we've got is the lion tamer says, oh, on the morning I was with my lions, taking care of them in private, calming them down. And the servant of the lion tamer says, during that 7:30 to 8:30 period, I was washing the clothes and the lion tamer boots of the lion tamer. So I think we've already got there a little bit of a hint that the lion tamer might be lying about his alibi, because he can't very well have been in his lion taming boots while the kid was washing them, something like that. So it's a weak breaking of an alibi, but we got it. Okay. Anna agrees. Marco says, I think we got it in one session. One long 7-hour session, but I think we did. But we still got the prelude and the epilogue to go through. We'll do that tomorrow, but let's have a little vote here. Is everyone happy with the solution that, as I've summarized it, which was a group effort? In fact, I almost really messed us up, suggesting that the letter that the lion tamer found was from the guy. But now, once we hit that moment when we realized that, yes, the lion tamer thinks Elizabeth loves him, then it all clicked into place. Okay, so the question is, have I summarized our group theory? And I do treat it as our group theory. Nelson has woken up to say yes. All the people who are using this channel to help them get to sleep can wake up and type yes. DJ Moneycut says, one of the things that bugs me is the mention of stained boots in the news article, but I agree with the theory. What did it say about stained boots? What did it say about stained boots? I don't really remember. Only marred by his stained boots. Oh, I wonder if that's a clue, actually. I wonder if that's a clue, that the servant washed his boots and then he used them afterwards? But no, I don't really understand that. Yeah, I don't really get it. Okay, Warren agrees, votes yes. So we got 6 votes yes. 14 concurrent viewers after 7 hours. That might be a record for us. Oh, it dropped down. Yeah, 14 concurrent viewers, 13 likes. It's rare for us to have 14 people after 7 hours. Typically, after about the 5-hour mark, it's down to me and 3 or 4 other people. All right, So shall we check our answers here? It looks like we're all on board with our theory of the case. I would be surprised if we're wrong here. All right, let's put everything aside. We figured out a major part of it early. It's like the old trope. There's always a girl who gets pregnant. All right, let's go check our answer here. I'm going to go to the web page. Hints. We don't want hints. We want solution at this point. Okay, here we go. Solution model. What does it tell us? Does it tell us what to do when we solve it? Clues. Missing. I guess we're ready for solution. Solution model, whatever that means. Dear investigator, you've been granted access to solution model, version 3.0 of the civilian service. This model uses an algorithm to determine how probable your theory about a file is. The model draws from the file's public information available on the internet, databases of linked archival services, and given answers from other civilian service investigators. In other words, it's like ChatGPT is going to come up with the solution. Please go through the questionnaire by choosing the keywords that best fit your theory. I'm curious how this works. Okay, here we go. Kind of exciting. Start question 1. What was the murder weapon? Well, I do want to point out that toad venom was ordered by our guy. We noted here, 31st of July. Toad venom for a miracle cream reimbursed, but that was given for someone who's the miracle worker thing. But we know it was stolen from the masters. Hold on a minute. What does that say? Do we need to be concerned that it's not from Maester's wagon, but from this person? I need to have this on the screen. Is it? Marston? Marston? That's too close for comfort. There is something troubling that note said steal it from Masters. But we're told the lock was broken previously, so it really feels like it's got to be that. And those people are the only people with the 5 wagons in that area. So I think this is just a red herring, but it's unpleasant. Unpleasantly close for comfort. All right, so it's arsenic, right? Smelled of garlic. It's not toad venom. It's arsenic. I'm clicking arsenic. Let's see what happens. Outcome correct. I should have checked with the channel before I clicked it. I wasn't sure it was going to tell us. Highly probable based on the following data. After carefully blowing in the bottle, liquid changed from blue to green hue. When the liquid changes its color from light blue to green hue, this indicates the presence of arsenic. Okay, next question. How did the culprit get the poison? Was it stolen from the doctor, stolen from Nicholas, or via the hollow tree? Now, this is a tricky question because the angel maker arsenic was stolen from Nicholas. But that's not how the culprit got the poison. The culprit hired the son who stole it from Nicholas and dropped it in the tree, and then the culprit got it from the tree. All right, so I'm going to click via the hollow tree. Any objection to that? I'd hate to get something wrong on this one. Any objection to that? Do I have it? I forget if I have the screen where the chat is on. There we go. No objection. Here we go. Via the hollow tree. Outcome, correct. Highly probable based on the following data. The Flyer Circus Maester, the encrypted text, and the map with the encrypted order. Okay. Next, who killed Nicholas Maester? Was it Maria Otter? That's the psychic. Was it Adrian Maester? That's our dancer. No, that's our dancer. Elizabeth. Why is it Adrian? Is that her full name? Oh, that's the son. The son is Adrian. Of course it is. Okay. Was it Elizabeth? Was it Giuseppe Cagliari? Or was it suicide? Okay. Well, we've already... This is our big decision here. It's Giuseppe. And click. Outcome correct. Highly probable based on the letters, including the letter about the scarf on July 27th. Next. What has been the motive of the culprit? Was it revenge? Was it money problems? Or was it love? Well, we know the answer was love. He was lonely. He thought she loved him. He thought this is what she wanted. Love is our answer. Outcome correct. I love you too, to believe that the snake has found new confidence. Next question. With whom was Elizabeth pregnant? With Giuseppe, with Aria, or with Julius? Okay. I wonder what would happen if we guessed one of these wrong, but we know it was with the servant Julius. Outcome correct. Based on letter of 14th, I love you very much, as well as the child you bear. Looking for related documents based on entered data, one search result found in database. Dalfin Municipal Archive. We can click on this. Okay, here we go. An extra, this is a little epilogue here, a little summary here. Let's see what we got. My dear Julia, this is 11 May 1910. So Julius is probably, this is her writing to him, maybe. My dear Julia, it pains me greatly to have kept you waiting for so long to receive any word from me. The disciplinary house does not allow me much contact with the outside world, and I have been working for this privilege ever since I arrived here. Why is he writing Julia? I don't understand it. I was planning to, he's writing to his sister maybe or something. I was planning to write Elizabeth, but much to my dismay, I learned that she passed away earlier this year. This pains me too. I'm sorry I was never able to meet you. Oh, it's his daughter. It's the daughter. He's writing to his daughter. I was planning to write Elizabeth, but much to my dismay, I learned that she passed away earlier this year. This pains me too. I'm sorry I was never able to meet you, and that I was unable to give you and your mother the love I feel for you both. I hope you are prosperous, and that this Ferdinand that Elizabeth wrote about in her letter is keeping you safe and treating you well. You know he's not your father. Your complexion will have been enough for you to draw that conclusion. You're the daughter of Elizabeth and me, a beautiful expression of our time together. Do not let the difficulties that came with the color of your skin be of hinder to you. It is the proof of our kinship, of our love for you and each other. Just to remind you, this is who we're talking about here. Elizabeth and Julius, daughter named Julia after him. As you may undoubtedly have learned, the circumstances surrounding your birth were a culmination of unfortunate developments. Your mother was the daughter of Nicholas Meister, a hard-hearted circus boss, and I was working as a stable boy to the lion handler Giuseppe Cagliari. Elizabeth and I were in love, and we expressed our love to each other at carefully premeditated times. It should come as no surprise. It should come as no surprise that we could not let anyone discover our relationship at any cost. Nicholas harbored a seething hatred toward anyone who desired his daughter, hatred that was all the more intense towards people like myself. At night, we would forfeit sleep to spend hours behind the cages where I worked. During the day, we would leave letters for each other among the seats in the grandstand. It was because of our secret game of love that my superior Giuseppe misinterpreted Elizabeth's intentions when she ambled past the cages to see me. Giuseppe thought that her love was directed at him and made an effort to ask Nicholas for her hand. It was around this time when Elizabeth became pregnant. The promise of a child and our happy expectation of you brought us tremendous joy, but also immense fear. Nicholas became aware of the affair his daughter had with me, and I was relieved of my duties. While I was in Dalfsen, thinking how I might rejoin your mother, Giuseppe poisoned Nicholas, hoping he would be able to court her without her father intervening. Afterwards, all blame was directed at me. I was put into custody. I know that this is what happened. Elizabeth wrote me about it ever since I was convicted. Even though the truth will change nothing about the past, I hope it can offer you some support, that it may temper your restless search for answers. Know that I've always loved you and always will, as truly as you are my daughter. Forever yours, your father, Julius Bilt. And then you can transcribe it or outro. Let's see what this outro says. Okay. There you have it. On Circus Grounds, completed. It took us a little over 7 hours. We got some real hiccups along the way that I struggled with, but we did persevere. That's our best quality here on this channel. Somehow you guys stuck with me, and we managed to solve it. This was an hour-long session, so we're going to take our normal 8-minute break and then come back and talk about the experience. We'll see how many of you stick with us to talk about it. If you've been watching in the background, not commenting, feel free to jump in the comments and leave your thoughts when we talk about it, which we will do in 8 minutes. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back to talk about On Circus Grounds. Let's see what the chat has to say. John Lamorna says, overall lean towards positive, but a little mixed. The documents all looked very nice. It was a solid little mystery and story. I'm a little mixed on the narrative to puzzle ratio. Maybe that's just because of a few of the puzzles seem to have a bit of a long process. Not sure the themes were that much darker than an average mystery game. Not really a criticism, but more just info for those who are considering a purchase. J Moneycut says, not crazy about the puzzles or the intentional choice of a tamer as the nickname. Story was good, but not amazing. The epilogue was nice. Marco says, the case was of high production quality and good. I liked the story and comparison work for the writing. Perhaps it was too puzzle-based, quality of which I generally appreciate, apart from the horrible origami and little chemistry. Cryptography didn't seem too in tune with the setting. Was it too sophisticated for circus performers and stable boys? Components and production was great. The game didn't quite live up to that level. Several of the puzzles did seem a bit finicky. The folding did seem a bit complicated for those with no experience. The map grid could be thrown off. Powder took a while and had subtler reaction. I would have liked maybe one more serious suspect, as there really weren't many viable people to choose from. Anna said, was a bit drawn out with the tons of deciphering. Without them, could be a good case, maybe with an extra 2 or 3 suspects thrown in to make it a bit harder. Evidence against the psychic and the doctor. Yeah, this is a tricky one. I mean, we can start with the easy stuff. The production quality is really quite extraordinary. All of the handwritten documents, it's pretty rare to get a case like this where all the stuff is handwritten. That's a ton of work to do. And to make the handwriting consistent so that you can match it up. And then all these things packaged as little scrolls. The photos on this heavy stock. But really mostly just all this handwriting. I guess really most of the deluxe components we're talking about are from the handwriting. But it is impressive, and for a game that's supposed to make you feel like you're traveling back to Victorian times, it is effective. And I think the epilogue was the nice... There is a bigger epilogue that maybe we'll deal with tomorrow, but that little wrap-up of the case was very touching. And I would say in general, the story, while small in scale, was pretty compelling to me. This idea of the two forbidden lovers and the jealous lion tamer who thinks she loves him. I did like that story quite a bit. I think the people, everyone commenting, I'm on the same wavelength in terms of number of suspects. We basically had the brother was the only really other viable suspect. We wanted to suspect the fortune teller, but we couldn't dig up any hints about her. And it is an interesting choice because it's very common in these kinds of games that give everyone a little bit of a motive. And we're not used to a game where basically no one had a motive except for the real killer. Maybe the son had a little bit of a motive. But in another game, you might expect the doctor to have a little bit of a motive, the fortune teller to have a little bit of a motive, maybe a couple other suspects. And I agree with the chat that I think that would have added to this game. But I do like the answer. The answer of how it happened was satisfying. So I guess I would say all the narrative elements work for me, although I would have liked more viable suspects to worry about. It is a little unusual that it took us so long to finally click on to the lion tamer. I mean, we always suspected lion tamer or the son, but for some reason we didn't put all the pieces together till at the end, and then it all clicked. Now, that's one of the best moments you can have in a game like that. So anytime you get a game where at the end you're like, but how can we prove it, and what did he do? And before we opened this last document, we were sort of at a loss. And it was only in decoding that and realizing that one person stole it and one person paid to have it stolen, that everything sort of clicked into place. So I really did like that. And there were some fun moments, like this fortune teller cards, realizing who's the other person here and realizing, oh, that's not the girl, that's the lion tamer that belongs to that card. And then these are some of these things that clicked into place, like why is he happy and whose writing was what. So when the things worked, they worked quite well and were very satisfying. There were a couple of things regarding the puzzles that were a bit frustrating. It's not to say they weren't clever in concept, but if you just take this one, this was the puzzle one, filling in the letters. I mean, I complain a lot on this channel about puzzles that are fragile, and what I mean by that is a puzzle where if you make one little mistake or there's lots of little details that are easy to skip a step or misread a letter, it sort of breaks. And this one had so many steps that we had to do. Now, it was a pretty cool idea, but it's not just that there was so much busy work and steps to take. It's that we're tried to give the game the credit for the different handwriting. And in fact, we were right, because it's pretty cool, pretty subtle that we did match the handwriting to the color of the writing. I really love that. But, so I do think it all, our efforts and taking seriously the handwriting and matching it up, it did all work out in the end. That's very satisfying. The knock against it, in addition to the busy work, though, was that we really had a hard time, and I think still have a hard time, wrapping our heads around the explanation here for this coded message. These are the two of them writing back and forth, but the two of them are writing half of a code system that really two people can't do. It doesn't really make sense that these two people can write these instructions. It would make much more sense for one person to be like, okay, I'm the guy who operates out of the tree. Here's how you fill in your order and what you do, like instructions, and have the son write these instructions, and then have the person placing the order write the order, and have the person writing the order saying, I'm offering to pay 5 florins. But instead, this is written as if the son is writing half of it, the lion tamer is writing the other half, and both of them are simultaneously creating this overlapping code that you couldn't do. You couldn't do this in life. Two people couldn't send a coded message like this. Those letters on the map overlapped and reused each other. No way. Can't be done. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is an example of where the puzzle made sense to do it this way, but there's no real-world explanation where this can be done. Which is why we kept oscillating between saying, this two handwriting, is it one? But how does it make sense it's one? Is it just one person filling out their order, the other person doing this? We struggled with that, but then we said, no, that doesn't make sense, because you couldn't that person couldn't put the 5 florins in the tree, because that has to be written by the person who's taking there. So things like that happened once. That created this, and I think we had another puzzle where something very similar happened. Can't remember what it was, but that's a little bit of a misfire. And then there are some, as is being pointed out here in the chat, there were some things that feel like they should have had an answer, like the moldy envelope. Why was it moldy? Why was it sealed up there? I guess we're led to believe that is it that this is all stuff hidden by Giuseppe? Like, did he put this in here? Because we did figure out that was his, right? And what else did he throw in this envelope? This thing that he found. So it does make sense. This is Giuseppe's hidden evidence that he's disposed of. So it did make sense that this was all in here, right? Along with this, maybe, and this order of the angel maker, and the molded picture of our girl that's here. So this is all stuff that the lion tamer threw and hid, buried. But it's interesting that we weren't told where it came from, but I think that does make sense. What was the other puzzle that I got stuck on so badly? I think the cryptography stuff of decrypting these letters. I guess I don't like that these were scrolls. You can see how annoying they are to work with, especially if you're trying to decode this. You know, you're like, let me try to decode this. Let me put this on the table. Let me get my pen out. That's kind of frustrating. But the cryptography code breaking actually was pretty cool, I thought. So my complaints were not about that. It was the chemistry part. That was the other gimmicky part. And I think maybe, and the origami. Oh, yes, I hated that origami. Let's talk about the origami. Thank you for, how could I forget? I blocked it out of my mind. I think this is like philosophy of puzzle design, and I understand that I may be in the minority here, but the idea of this is fine. You're like, here was a cool message that's hidden in here. When you arrange it a certain way, you see a certain message, and that's fine. It's fine to make a puzzle that way, but the question is, do you really want to make an origami folding puzzle that you're going to give the instructions for how to do it, right? Wherever those instructions were, here at the back of this. That's fine. So you want to make a secret message in here and make that be part of the fun puzzle. So you're like, okay, let's make it so you have to fold it a certain way. That's all good and fine. You follow these instructions. But really, honestly, I know I'm not good at this, but this step, this extra complicated step, is not easy. It wasn't easy to do. It's very counterintuitive. And it doesn't add anything to the experience. Right? I mean, just make a puzzle that you fold it like 1, 2, 3, 4, and the message is revealed. There is no need to make it so. It doesn't add anything from my perspective. I don't think the puzzle is helped by that way. And the same exact thing holds for the chemical reaction. But I think the chemical reaction, you could argue, is a little bit worse, because the chemical reaction is like, okay, this could be arsenic, it could be something else. So there's 2 steps. One is you add water to the powder. That's just one of those gimmicky, showy things that cost more to do, but create more of an experience. And I'm okay with that. But then they double down on this blowing with carbon monoxide that didn't quite work. And I'm just not sure what that gets you. It didn't really, maybe some groups appreciate that more than others. But for me, I would have been very happy to just say, add a little water. If it's blue, it's this. If it's red, it's this, and be done with it. I didn't need this carbon monoxide blowing that I couldn't get to work. But the other little thing here about this, I think this poison was one of the other areas where the game missed a little. And I'm not sure I can put my finger on why it was a little bit of a miss. I think part of it was because I liked figuring out that it was going to be used as an abortion for the daughter against her wishes. That was subtly, nicely done. Like, it never came right out and said it. And I really liked that. But this whole element of saying, like, there's 2 versions of the Angel Maker. One has got arsenic and one is just a sedative. I guess the game was trying to tell us, was trying to challenge us to figure out, maybe the father just bought it to calm the girl down. But then there was this added element of like, okay, it's got arsenic in it. And then the game is like, is it possible that toad venom was put in it? Like, this idea that someone may have added a chemical to the Angel Maker or used a different. It was just a little weird. Like, it feels like it would have been a little simpler to just say, he was killed with arsenic from the angel maker, and then you have to figure out who stole it. It was just a little weird to me. And maybe the little timeline of the break-in and the stealing of it, but maybe that was part of the thing to figure out. I don't know. There was a little bit of weirdness for me about maybe a better way to say it is, we were trying to figure out who stole it, who put it in the tea, when did they steal it, did they know the recipe for it, did they know it was poison, did anyone know it had arsenic in it, and then the game's like, oh, and also, maybe they didn't really use that, and maybe they got the poison from somewhere else. It was just like too many combinatorics of how this guy was poisoned. And that just seemed a little iffy to me. I think the way we played it is we just sort of assumed, hey, they were poisoned with this stuff. And we didn't really entertain the idea that someone got some other poison from somewhere else. And the other weird thing was that comment about the master's wagon. Steal it from the master's wagon. That was a very weird thing, because that really felt significant. And that wasn't the only thing that felt like we had found something significant. Remember on one of the cards it said Elizabeth is easily manipulated? But I think the master's wagon in particular really was one of these things where we basically had to say, it feels like it should be significant, but it's not. And sometimes when we play these games, we get tripped up and we treat something as not important. And the game's like, hey, you should have paid attention to that, but you were careless and I'm going to punish you. This game, it really felt like, boy, that's got to be important, right? Someone didn't refer to it as Maester's wagon, but master's wagon. That's got to be significant, but it wasn't. And I don't really get that. Unless there's something I'm missing, right? It is the lion tamer saying that. Does he refer to the guy as the master? I don't think so. So I don't really understand that choice. A couple choices like that. But those are relatively small complaints. I mean, I'm harping on them, but this was a good game. Absolutely a good game. Yeah, I mean, he refers to a maester, so I don't know. Watching the origami video where it easily slipped into place while Jesse struggled was pure gold. I think we needed a better explanation on what exactly the dad's plan was. I thought it would be explained. I disagree there. I think that was perfect. Subtle. I think the pieces were all there, that what he was going to give the daughter to force an abortion, and better left unspoken. I really like that. Marco says, they talked about the poison as a murder weapon by arresting the stable boy framed by Giuseppe. Anyway, I do think this is a very good game, but I think I'm on the same wavelength with the rest of the channel in that it wasn't in a qualitatively different class of game. It was just a deluxe component, solid, enjoyable cold case game with some good narrative, some good details, some subtle stuff, some puzzles that were a little bit more busy work than it needed to be, but not a more qualitatively, not qualitatively a different class of cold case game than we're used to. And I agree with Jonathan, this was probably sort of inappropriately put into this October spooky stuff by me. It's not quite spooky. No supernatural elements, etc. I really liked it. There were definitely parts where I was frustrated and I got a little bit on tilt. I feel like the origami was righteous. It was fair for me to be on tilt for that one because that was just painful. But probably when we got into the 6-hour mark and I was trying to do that map, maybe I was a little unfair with that. Although I still argue that narratively it makes no sense. All right. Well, a good way to wrap up here is Marco says, we will have more info for the prologue and finale, reading the additional documents. So as a reminder, if you're just joining, somehow there are 16 viewers now. There is some extra content for this game that comes with the deluxe version, and that takes the form of the final act, which has some additional puzzles, a little bit, and some extra little narrative story in the form of some letters. Maybe we will learn more about the daughter, etc. We're not going to do these now. We've been playing for almost 8 hours. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to cover them tomorrow. That's going to be a disappointing stream for those people who tune in expecting to play a new game. And there'll be very little game playing tomorrow night, mostly just reading. And if you want to skip it and watch it some other time or not watch it, that's fine too. Tomorrow at 10 p.m., we'll do that. It'll be a short evening. We'll take a little break, recharge. Then on Sunday, we'll have our play-by-mail Dear Holmes case. And maybe we'll do something else on Sunday then. Sunday afternoon. I wonder if we shouldn't go through Curios Jasper Park, which is going to be mostly just reading and story. Give some thought to that. Let me know what you want to do on Sunday. So Saturday will be short. That'll be good. We could use a break. 2 7-hour sessions in a row. A break would be welcome. All right. Thank you all for joining me. I appreciate the help, the assistance, the company. I'll see you guys tomorrow night.